Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a brand new edition of the Pewter GameDay Show, energized by Celsius, the official energy drink of PewterReport.com. This is our 1 hour pregame show before we get into our live opinions, reactions, and analysis for everything pertaining to Bucs versus Panthers. Want to give a shout out to everybody in the chats, the Pewter people in the comments already. Shaggy's asking, what day is it? It's game day, baby. And it is, quite honestly, it's going to be a bad game. It's too bad football team. But we're going to get through it no matter what. I'm your host, Matt Matera, joined with me, my co-host for this pregame show, colleague of mine, and just a great man overall. It is Josh Capo. Josh, thank you for joining me. How we doing?
Doing well, Matty. You always give me way too kind of an intro than I deserve, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Well, you're a good guy. I like you, so I'm going to give you your flowers as well.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to get into everything for Bucs versus Panthers. I think we know the drill. The Bucs are a bad team that have lost 6 of 7. The Carolina Panthers have 1 win on the season, and they stink, and they fired their coach. And, everything's kind of going crazy with them. But the craziest thing in sports right now and the craziest thing pertaining to football isn't going on in the NFL. It's the decisions that the College Football Playoff Committee came up with today at noon. So we're going to talk about Bucs versus Panthers, but I think we'd be doing a disservice to everybody that's a football fan if we first didn't discuss the college football playoff, which was announced a couple of hours ago. Michigan is the 1 seed. Washington is the 2 seed. Texas is the 3 seed. And Bama, Roll Tide, are the 4 seed, which means an undefeated Florida State Seminoles, who won every single game, who played a team like LSU that they defeated, who won all of their games, who won with a third-string quarterback led by defense, and they got hosed, and they are not in the college football playoff. I'm quite angry about it, but want to get your thoughts first, Josh, about just your overall thought process, because there's obviously so many ways to dissect it, and just your opinion on what you saw.
I think the committee got it right.
You son of a gun.
Look, there's no right. There is no right in this.
Correct.
Because there's 4 spots, and there's arguably 7 teams that can make a case for being one of the 4. Now, I think the 2 that were slam dunks, and they were Michigan and Washington. Absolutely. I have not heard anybody disagree with those 2 outside of Michigan's cheaters disqualify them, right?
Yeah.
It's the 3 and 4 spot where you have 5 other teams that had legitimate cases, and you just don't have enough spots to go around. I know the big one is FSU being undefeated. They won the ACC. It's a Power 5 conference. I get the case that they can make, and they are certainly deserving. With that said, they'd be severe underdogs to all 4 of the teams that were selected. They'd be severe underdogs to Alabama. It absolutely sucks that their quarterback was injured, but he was a big reason why they went undefeated. Without him, I don't think they would have been an undefeated team. And I'm all for the best football that can be played for the college football playoffs, and FSU wouldn't have been that.
Yeah, you're definitely correct about, these are probably the best games that you would get. Now, my argument really is you're taking away the most important thing, in my opinion, which is letting teams settle it on the field. We're essentially, I don't know how big the College Football Playoff Committee is, but you're essentially just taking a group of people who are taking away the importance of winning games and getting the job done, and just saying, well, we think this is going to happen. We assume that this will go on, and that's why, Florida State isn't in. And I think they're clearly not as good with Jordan Travis, but they proved, especially yesterday, that they can win with their defense. And there's different ways to win. Like Michigan went undefeated. Who the hell did Michigan play that was a good team this season besides the last game of the season against Ohio State? Penn State was pretty good as well. But besides that, Michigan didn't play anybody.
Sure.
And then Texas beat Bama. So my initial thought was, well, you can't put Bama in over Texas because then you are blatantly just saying we don't care that Texas beat Bama. And I get it. It was early in the season. I think it was the second week of the season. But you're and it'll change next season because the playoff is expanding to 12 teams, which I think overall is great. But you're eliminating the idea of like, oh, we're going to get some great regular season games to kind of help pad your resume for the college football playoff. Because it's like, well, if I'm a team in the Big Ten or the SEC, why would I even bother trying to play another good team from another conference? Because I could just play tomato cans every single week and win those games and still get into the playoffs. So I get it. It's not flashy, but you got to reward the teams for playing well and winning every game.
Okay, so then who are you kicking out for Liberty?
Well, Liberty's completely different. If anyone wants
to
compare Liberty,
they did everything that they were supposed to do on the field. They went undefeated.
Yeah, but they don't play in a Power 5 conference.
Okay, so then context matters.
Yeah, context does matter.
All right. Well, that's what the college football playoff committee is supposed to do, is supposed to take in context. Part of the context is one of the biggest factors for why FSU was undefeated is now eliminated from the equation. That's context, right? And yeah. I think if Jordan Travis is still in there, I think FSU gets the nod because they did have some really good out-of-conference wins. They beat 2 SEC teams on the road, including a very good LSU that had one of the top offenses in the land. They had everything. It was just very unfortunate that they lost one of the biggest factors. That would be my stance there is if context doesn't matter, then there's a formula and you don't need the committee. But they used to do formulas for these things and everybody got mad at it. And they're like, somebody needs to come in and parse through all this to get the best matchups. And I think they even outlined it in the committee's job isn't to put the 4 most deserving teams, it's to put the 4 best teams. And would you argue right now FSU is a better team than any of the 4 in the playoffs?
Texas played so well over the last 2 games. But again, this is pretty much a seesaw going back and forth. I would argue, well, why can't Florida State at least have the opportunity to prove that they can beat one of these teams? I agree with you. Like if they were going to play Texas or Bama, they would probably be at least like an 8-point underdog given the quarterback situation. But then we could also bring up, well, Ohio State and Cardale Jones a couple seasons ago was the 3rd string quarterback and they went on and won. And the Liberty thing's different because Liberty doesn't. The facts are you got to play in the SEC, Big Ten, ACC, or what conference am I forgetting? Or the Big 12 because the Pac-12 is done now. Like, so that kind of for me is what kind of eliminates Liberty from the discussion. It's just very annoying that they are the best games, but I'm a firm believer of like the games have to count, the games have to matter, and like who's to say? Take the Denver Broncos, for example, when they won with the corpse of Peyton Manning at quarterback when they won the Super Bowl. Like that team was based around their defense dominating teams, and that's why they won the Super Bowl. It's like I just don't see why Florida State can't go about winning that way, win with defense, win with Trey Benson, and they would have had a month to kind of figure it out on the offense as well. So I mean, there's no right answer. It's just like, well, maybe they should just have standings and stuff where that can figure itself out versus 10 people saying, we kind of like this and this will give us $1 billion. So we're going to have this team in.
Yeah. For me, I think Florida State gets that opportunity next year and not necessarily this Florida State team, but it pans out. Like they made the right decision to expand the playoffs. Totally agree with that. And they've, from a macro level standpoint, they're addressing the issue. For this year, any of the configurations that have been bandied about on X or Twitter, would have been fine with me. Like, I'm not upset about this 4. I'm not upset about if FSU got in over Bama and there were no SEC members. I would have been fine with just about anything as long as Washington was included. Because even if you threw out Michigan's cheaters and they're out, I would have been fine with that. Like, there was no wrong answer out of all those possibilities for me. I'm not upset about it because, again, you had 7 teams with really good resumes that all had a very good case to be in it. So, and as far as like comparing the NFL and the college football, there's so much parity in the NFL. There's a difference, right?
Sure.
So I think it's apples and oranges there. With college football, there's so much disparity. I don't want to see another Georgia TCU. Like, I don't know about you,
right?
But no, thank you. 65-7 it's not appealing to me. It's not appetizing.
And that was so weird too, because Kansas State beat TCU in the Big 12 championship game, and they still got into the playoff. And Florida State, again, didn't lose. The last thing I will say on this topic, it's going to be very interesting what they do with the Heisman this year, because Jaden Daniels is having, like, his numbers are better than when Joe Burrow won the Heisman in 2019 when they won the national championship. And there's the other side of it where some people will say, oh, well, he's on a 3-loss team, and a lot of the times the winners of the Heisman are like on some of the best teams. It would be quite interesting if, and I think Jaden Daniels should win it. He would, if I had a vote, he would be my Heisman Trophy winner. But it would be quite interesting if they give the Heisman to Jaden Daniels and reward him for how well that he played, and taking out the fact that, like, LSU's defense stinks and that's why they weren't good. But then you're going to take Florida State out of the playoff because of one guy and say this team is so different with this one guy that we're not going to look at the rest of the team and the rest of their skilled players and the defense as well. It's a little bit apples to oranges, but it's just interesting to, like, put all of this onus on one player and then not as much onus on another player for these big deciding factors.
I completely agree. My last thought on the whole thing is everybody's mad at the College Football Playoff Committee.
Yeah.
They just should be mad at Georgia.
I know. Yeah. If Georgia wins, it settles everything, because then Florida State gets the 4 seed. And you, again, got to settle it on the field. But if you were going to have that big blowout game like the national championship, it at least would have been the college football, like the semifinal against Florida State and Georgia. And then, Georgia would probably end up playing like Michigan in the national championship, which that would be a lot of fun. And a lot of the college football semifinal games have been blowouts anyway. So, like, I think the average margin of victory, I heard this on a radio show the other day, the average margin of victory was like 19 points in the semifinals. So
it's not close. And it'll be interesting to see when they expand to 12 if you really get, like, decent games, but there's a good shot, that's not going to happen. Not even close.
Well, we'll see. It's definitely a hot button issue for many fans across the nation, really, that are fans of college football. And obviously part of our job is covering college football with things like the Senior Bowl and the draft and all that fun stuff. So did want to talk about that topic, especially with it being Bucs Panthers. If it was Bucs Saints or Bucs Falcons, we'd jump right into it. But thought it'd be a good topic of discussion to kind of get today's show rolling. And we're about to talk about Bucs versus Panthers. But first, let me talk about our friends over at Celsius, which is the official sponsor of the Pewter GameDay Show. We love Celsius for all the great flavors they have. The sparkling lemon lime is awesome. The sparkling orange, the strawberry lemonade, the kiwi guava. Ton of awesome flavors. There's no sugar, no post-energy drink crash or jitters that you may get with another product out there. If you need to know where to find a Celsius energy drink, you can go to the Celsius store locator, pick one up by going to their website, putting in your address, and tell you the closest geographical location where you could pick one up. It could be a Walmart, Target, 7-Eleven, health and fitness store, or quite possibly your bodega.
Bodega.
Very nice. I'm quite intrigued when everyone does their bodegas, like, I don't know, just the different versions of it. It's very fun. And then if you want more Celsius, you can get it in bulk over at Amazon. Do the subscribe and save, and you can have it sent to your place of residence whenever you want. It could be a week, month, quarterly, yearly. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks, the official sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast. We had the game day inactives come out a little while ago. So we know for a fact there's going to be no Devin White, no Levante David, and not even their third inside linebacker, Servassier Dennis. They are all inactive. Jamel Dean is out as well. Keyshawn Vaughn out again. Brandon Walton, and obviously John Wolford is the emergency quarterback if there is a situation with injury. The big thing, though, and we'll talk about, obviously, the impact at linebacker, but that means Chris Godwin is going to play today, which is important for the Buccaneers. But let's start with the missing pieces at inside linebacker, Josh. How much can this impact the game today against the Panthers? Because on the one hand, it's like, well, if there was a week that you were going to miss your two inside linebackers, it would be against a one-win team. But on the other side of it, I mean, does this give the Panthers a chance to hang with the Bucs?
I think it does. I don't think that this is a lock of a win for the Bucs. I don't think there is such thing in the year 2023 of our Lord. It's going to make things interesting in two different ways. Number one, how well will the Bucs be able to stop the run, which is something they have done very, very well this year. I think they're still number one in EPA per rush allowed as a defense. And that has a lot to do with Levante David, and with him being out, there's going to be some issues there. Although the Bucs defensive line is extremely contributory to that. But I think the interesting thing will be now that Frank Reich is gone from Carolina, you've got to imagine there's going to be some changes to their offense. Just last week, the Steelers fired their offensive coordinator. And one of the things that their offense didn't do a lot was play action. All of a sudden, the very next week, they're running a ton of play action. They finally get their 400-yard game for the first time since before Matt Canada was hired. I think you'll see something similar with the Panthers, that you're going to see them start to do some things that previously they hadn't done under Reich. I think their play action will be one of them. And I'm going to look up where they were, but I think they were pretty low in that. And that's where I think they may get some advantages with the Bucs doing a lot of spot drop. They can suck in some young, inexperienced linebackers in KJ Britt and JJ Russell and potentially find some separation, which their receivers haven't gotten all year long. But against a spot dropping zone defense where you can fool the linebackers on play action, all of a sudden there's your separation.
Yeah, I do worry because obviously Bryce Young has struggled this season. For the whole team has, but his are a little more glaring, I guess, because he's a first-round pick and everything like that. By the way, speaking of linebackers, Grant Stewart, now on the Colts, former Buccaneer great, just scored a touchdown after a blocked punt. So,
oh wow,
kind of crazy. He didn't block the punt, but he was the one that scooped it up. Anyway, I just thought that was funny because we were talking about the linebackers. I do worry about how they will be able to stop the run today. I actually took Chuba Hubbard over on his rushing yards of 44.5 because, I mean, no one's going to confuse the Panthers for like Jonathan Taylor and the Colts. But the Colts had their way running the ball against the Bucs in last week's game. So you're missing Levante. I know Devin White has had his issues. We've covered that tenfold. But I feel like if the Panthers get any semblance of a running game going, it's going to make a difficult afternoon/evening for the Bucs defense in a game where they really can't afford to have another defensive lapse. Because every week there's a busted coverage, a miscommunication, something just silly, something just very, very silly each week. And unfortunately, this would be a really bad time to have that flare up again. But let's talk about Chris Godwin. It's obviously important that he's in the lineup. He's dealing with a neck injury. It sounds pretty serious. He is going to play. But with the amount of production he's given this season, it's important that he's in there. He's their second best wide receiver. But I don't know. I'm not expecting anything huge from Chris Godwin just because it hasn't totally been the case this season.
Yeah. I know we did a show earlier this week on like what's going on with Godwin, right?
Yeah.
And for me, watching the tape, the explosiveness is there in and out of his cuts, especially in the intermediate part of the field. Baker looks his way for first downs. He's been a first down machine this year. I know the production is down, and a ton of that has to go back to really the quarterback play and the offensive scheme. Godwin is not being asked to win downfield. He only has 7 targets of 20-plus air yards or more, 0 catches. And that goes to Baker has been one of the worst deep ball quarterbacks in the league this year.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not being asked to win downfield. When he does, on the rare occasion that he does go downfield, Baker's just not been very good on that. And when you take out those big plays above 20 yards, it's going to drastically reduce any receiver's production. So when I took a look at it, like if they even hit on like 3 to 4 of those, which is he got half of his downfield targets in 2020, the year before he had his injury,
yeah.
You add that back in and his stat line looks just fine. Now, you may say the scheme isn't asking him to win downfield because maybe the team doesn't think he has what it takes to be a downfield receiver. Again, based on what I've seen on the tape, I don't think that's necessarily the case. But that's a big part of it. And the offense flows through Mike Evans. Reception Perception, their podcast, did something really, I think last week, and I thought it was really just very to the point. Like when Mike Evans is going off the way he has this year, why would you run the offense through anyone else? And then Trey Palmer, because he's such a speedster, he's asked to run a lot of those deep field clear outs. And so Godwin isn't needed for them. Would I like to see them run a few more plays where he's the first read? Yeah. Do I think that could improve his production? Yes. Do I think there's something wrong with Chris Godwin outside of maybe this neck injury is hampering him for longer than what we had previously considered? No, not really. I think that going forward, as he gets more comfortable in the offense gets more comfortable, you'll see improved production out of him.
Yeah, so I agree with you in the sense of like when I watch him, at training camp and at practice and things like that, I don't look at Chris Godwin and say, yeah, he's lost his abilities. Like I still think he's very quick. I don't think the knee is any bit of an issue. I know some people in the past were still worried about that, but I think that was more last year's thing, just trying to get through it. So yeah, I don't think it's anything physically. And I think what gets a little frustrating as well is Canales comes into this offense with his system, and a big thing that we've talked about for quite a while, since pretty much the first day he got hired, was that the Bucs were going to have a ton of yards after the catch. They were going to be big with the yak. And immediately when you hear that, you think, oh, this is going to be great for Chris Godwin because he's their best, yards after the catch receiver. He's their best guy when he has the ball in his hands. That's not like, Rashad White, but as far as wide receivers go. And then you just haven't totally seen it that much this year, even though like he is getting targets. It's not like it's been a lack of effort. And you're obviously right about everything with Mike Evans being the big play guy, the deep shot guy, and having the offense run through him. There has been a bit of a discussion of moving him back to the inside a little bit, playing a little bit more in the slot. How do you feel about that?
I think Trey Palmer does really well in that particular role. They rotate all those guys into and out of the slot. I'm trying to pull it now where he's at. Of course, I can't find it. Oh, there it is. So he's running in the slot about a third of his snaps, and that's basically the case for him. And I want to say Mike Evans is a couple percent below that. For what they asked the slot receiver to do, I don't think that would generate a ton of extra targets for him or yards after catch. I think he's fine in the Z role. I just think they need to dial up some deeper routes for him where he's the primary read in the progression, especially if he can get some one-on-ones, because his contested catch ability, he doesn't need to separate a ton in order to win the catch. He's actually a better contested catch guy than Mike Evans. I think a lot of people forget about that. And he's only dropped one pass this year, and it came last week, right? So
yeah.
I think
and that was a tough one as well. Not to cut you off, but that wasn't an easy play by any means.
Yeah, I think really it just comes down to Baker needs to trust him in those situations where it's not like, oh, he's wide open, let's go ahead and throw it to him. He needs to trust that Godwin can win even with less separation. And I think if he does, then things are going to get a lot better there.
Yeah, for sure. Let's stick with the Bucs and what they're going to do when they are on offense. Now, I know I've already said the Panthers stink. They're a one-win team. But they're getting some guys back on the defense, which obviously is going to help them a lot more, especially a couple of guys in the secondary. So I don't think it's going to be as much of a cakewalk as maybe some would expect playing against this Panthers team. But outside of Chris Godwin, I feel like the recipe for the Bucs offense as of late has been they can move the ball down the field, they hit those deep shots, or just big plays to Mike. You know, his touchdown wasn't 1,000 yards down the field, at least his first touchdown, but they got him the ball in the red zone and he scored touchdowns. And typically when Mike Evans gets the football, good things happen for the Bucs. But they've also run into the situation where, yes, they can move the ball down the field, but then it's a stupid penalty or a drop ball and things of that nature. So as far as what I want to see from the Bucs, it's just eliminating those penalties, because I do truly feel their offense is onto something. They're kind of just, they're 95% there, and it's the last 5% that they gotta, really tighten the lid on the jar for. And I'm excited to watch this Bucs offense. I'm fairly optimistic from what I've seen from them lately.
I couldn't agree more. I've been saying it the last couple of weeks. I actually put it out there and put my reputation on the line before the Colts game. I said, from there till the end of the year, when you look at the quality of opponent and the progression that the offense is making, I thought that they would be a top 8 to 12 unit when it comes to like EPA per play, and that would translate into real points. It'll be interesting this week against Carolina because, like you said, they're getting a lot of defenders back.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they're a team that doesn't allow a ton of explosives through the air. They're actually one of the best teams in the league at limiting passing plays of 20-plus yards. Where they've been a little bit more susceptible is run plays of 10 or more yards. And obviously that hasn't been the strength of the
MO,
offense.
Yeah.
But over the last 4 weeks, they're like a top 10 unit in EPA per rush. I think it's over the past 4 weeks, they're top 13. Past 3 weeks, they're like top 12. And then the past 2 weeks, they're top 8. So Dave Canales mentioned it, I want to say just a few weeks ago. The run game was going to get better as the season went on. And that's actually, that is happening. It's coming to fruition. So very encouraged by the offense's direction, and just like you. And I think they've got enough juice to win this game. I think they're going to put up at least 20 points against the Panthers.
Yeah, I believe I took the over in this game just because I think the Bucs will be able to score, and I think the Panthers are going to be able to run on the Bucs to at least keep pace in the game. And to your point, they ran it pretty well last week. Rachaad White had 100 yards. You and I were watching together for the immaculate first drive, where
the Ring of Honor drive.
Yeah, yes,
that almost was.
Yeah, the Ring of Honor drive. So the run game has gotten better. I think partially it's because they were throwing it on first down, and as you have endorsed for
belabored.
For quite a while now, multiple seasons, that you throw on first down to set up the run on second down. So, hopefully we'll see that again from the Bucs today. Obviously, things get crazy with them, and wouldn't surprise me if they don't score a point by the time we reach halftime. It wouldn't surprise me if they score 4 touchdowns in the first half. That's just kind of how the Bucs rock and roll these days. But if you want a rock and roll realtor, just a star and a stud to help you with your home buying experience, the best people to talk with and make this huge decision is Eric Gross and the Eric Gross Group. Eric's the official realtor of pewterreport.com. When you are buying a home, it's obviously a very important thing, and you want to make sure. Oh wow, Trevor Simeon's in the game for the Jets, and this is important because they're playing the Falcons. It's important to the Bucs.
Yes.
But Trevor is Eric is I had Trevor Sickman on the mind. Eric is a huge Bucs fan, and when you're in this home buying experience, you're gonna have to do it no matter what. Wouldn't you want to work with someone that you can get along with and maybe talk some Buccaneers football with as well? He's very family oriented. His wife works a lot in the company as well. They have a young child, so they can kind of put themselves in the shoes of other parents that are trying to buy a home. And oh my God, Derek Carr just got hurt. Jameis Winston's going to play in the game, and Eric Gross would be very excited about that too because he's a Bucs fan and he wants the Saints to lose. But yeah, so Eric Gross Group, go to www.housesinfla.com. You could also give him a call at 513-907-4271. Eric Gross Group's the official realty group of pewterreport.com. They are super helpful. His whole company, they can help you buy a home. If you're leaving Florida, they can help you sell a home. And there's some great people. He's been on the show before. Excited to have him on again, hopefully sooner rather than later. So shout out to Eric Gross Group. Let's go to when the Bucs are on defense. See what Todd Bowles has dialed up today. I hope we get a little bit of Marquise Watts because that pass rush wasn't able to do too much last game against the Colts. I know they had 2 sacks, but they had 3 quarterback hits on the day. So outside of those 2 sacks, not too much pressure for Gardner Minshew. Obviously, you want to change that today against a rookie quarterback in Bryce Young. Josh, what do you want to see from the Bucs defense today?
Yeah, the Panthers' offensive line has been a train wreck this year.
Yeah,
so
it has.
Given the 2 inexperienced linebackers, I'd rather not send 5 or 6. Even with Bryce Young, not doing well in the face of pressure. I think you send 4, you keep 7 in the backside, and you challenge these Carolina receivers. Again, they're some of the worst at gaining separation in the NFL. Not a single one on their roster. Adam Thielen is their best player at 412 years old. Ask your corners to win one-on-one. And if you can do that and have your 4 main pass rushers just get home, if you want to use some sims, then that's fine. Just don't send 5 or 6. Don't give Bryce Young easy completions where he can start to get under on a roll. That's what I was trying to find. Get on a roll, start to feel good about himself, start to not regret the decision to play professional football. And I think that's the key to success for the Bucs.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the corners won't be 100 yards down the field when they line up. I think that'll be very important. I'm curious to see how Todd will use that defensive line because they started last game with Yaya in, but also JTS and Shaq on the other side, and you had Vita and Kalijah Cansey up front. Yaya still ended up playing a majority of the snaps.
Yep.
I already mentioned Marquise Watts, but I want to see some Marquise Watts. And I don't even think the Bucs could blitz if they want to, because do you trust KJ Britt and JJ Russell? A lot of initials in there for the linebacking group today. It's like, I don't know. Do you want to trust those guys in a situation where they have to get after the quarterback? I want the Bucs to stack the box, to commit to stopping the run, because they are going to be limited with their 4th and 5th string, inside linebackers. Wow, what a great interception by the Texans.
I completely agree, and I would love to see them run more of that 5-1-5 nickel package. I think that's a really great play because if we're being honest, JTS and Shaq Barrett have more career pass coverage snaps than KJ Britt and JJ Russell.
Yeah,
and both of them are actually pretty decent at it. And the other thing to keep in mind is the Carolina offense, their explosive pass rate is 4.32%. Okay. 4 out of every 100 pass plays go for 20 plus yards or more. That's 32nd in the NFL. If Todd Bowles feels the need to run, this soft coverage, we're going to protect against explosive. This is the wrong offense to do that. This is the offense where you challenge them. You say, you're just not good at this, and I'm not going to respect that part of your game until you force me to. So, I'd love to see a lot more of a challenge of their offense and force them to win downfield by sending 4, dropping 7, but really creating less separation and cushion for the receivers.
I just want to see something different from the team because I feel like week in and week out, we could point to like the same problems every single time. It's like, just show me something different. That's really all I want to see. Yeah. Let's take a closer look at some of these matchups, though, starting with the Bucs offense facing the Panthers defense. We're going to start it off with Aaron Stinney, the Bucs starting left guard, versus defensive tackle Derek Brown. Josh Capo, who you got in that?
Yeah, give me Derek Brown. Stinney's been fine. Like,
yeah,
he hasn't been good. He hasn't been great. He's been okay. He has not hurt the team. Derek Brown's one of the best interior defensive linemen in the NFL, and he's ascending over these last 2 years. Like, he is legitimately top 10. And that's definitely a win for the Panthers.
Yeah, again, I think sometimes we look at these matchups and you say things where you're like, oh, I'm picking this guy over that guy, so therefore the player I did not pick is bad. And it's not the case. Aaron Stinney has been solid, but when you go up against a freight train like Derek Brown, it makes it difficult to be like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to pick Aaron Stinney because he plays for the Bucs or whatever the situation is. So I'm with you on that one. I'm going to take Derek Brown. This next matchup is a all-pro matchup between left tackle Tristan Wirfs and outside linebacker Brian Burns. I'm going to take a push in this one because I don't think Tristan is 100% healthy. I mean, last game was, quite frankly, his worst game as a professional. And obviously we hold him in very high regard, and we kind of expect him to play well because he's done so well throughout his whole career. And also, oh my God, Jameis just threw the ball. It got tipped by a Lions player, and Chris Olave caught it.
Oh wow,
it's
a little too little, too late though, right? Like, Lions.
Yeah, I mean, it's 33-21. So with 8 minutes to go, so they're close to scoring here. So
fair enough. Okay.
If I was a Bucs fan, I'd be more pissed about Falcons Jets and the Jets just once again not putting up a fight at all. But yeah, I'm going to go with the push.
Touchdown away from taking a lead. You don't think the Jets can score a defensive touchdown?
They could.
That's where I think it is. I tweeted about that earlier. I was like, just looking at some random units in the NFL. I'll take in terms of scoring production, I'll take the Jets defense over the Atlanta offense over the Jets offense.
Yeah, I saw that tweet. It's so funny that these teams play the same sport.
Yeah. Getting to the matchup though. So out of this matchup, I think, push is probably the best. The thing is, the Panthers moved Brian Burns left to right, a decent amount, but I think he's about 62% of his snaps end up on the left side of the defense. So I actually think this will probably be a little bit more of a Burns versus Gedeke matchup. Okay. And I'll take Gedeke on that.
Ooh.
Yeah. Gedeke's biggest issue is with more power rushers. Burns he can convert speed to power, but I've just been so impressed with Gedeke this year. Like, I'm willing to go out on a limb there, and it'll be interesting with Wirfs dealing with some of these, nagging injuries. Maybe Carolina moves him to the Burns to the right side to face off against Wirfs more. But if it's Burns versus Wirfs, I'll take a push. And if it's Burns versus Gedeke, I'll take Gedeke. And I know how weird that sounds, that basically I'm saying Gedeke over Wirfs. But given the ailments that Wirfs is dealing with, right now I'll take Gedeke over him right now.
good insight. I definitely like the thinking. And so, yeah, appreciate it. Kadon versus Jeremy Chin. Kadon does nothing for me, man. I like Kadon. He pops up here and there, but I don't know. Jeremy Chin's a very talented defensive back, and now that he's back, it obviously helps out the Panthers a lot more. So I'm gonna take Jeremy Chin in this matchup.
Okay. Yeah, Chin he's good, but he's more of a box guy. Push. Give me a push.
All right.
Very wishy-washy today. Very wishy-washy.
I mean, it's Bucs Panthers. It's not going to be anything. Like, these teams aren't going anywhere in the postseason or even making the postseason. The Bucs still might. I'm not saying that they won't make it just yet. Rachaad White against Frankie Louvu. Rachaad White was on a pretty good hot streak up until, well, last week his hot streak flipped from being great in the passing game to being great in the run game. You know what? I'll take Rachaad White. I like what Rashad's done. He's getting better and better by the week. Last game he proved it on the run. So we'll see if he can kind of continue that trend this week.
You're right. These matchups are just depressing. Give me Louvu. Louvu is one of the more underrated linebackers in the NFL. He's really good. Yeah, I'll take him over White.
And last but not least, Michael Lynn Evans against cornerback Dante Jackson. Josh, who you have?
Give me the Buck. I'll take Mike.
Yeah, I'm going to go Mike Evans as well with my same argument. Oh, my God. The Titans kicker missed the extra point. They are tied at 25.
Wow.
For those watching around the league. Yeah, I'm going to take Mike because I'm pretty much going to take him in almost every single matchup that he has. So give me Mike Evans. That is the offensive side of the ball. And by the way, he's still got a little bit more time before the game gets going. So that still gives you a couple of minutes to get in your Underdog fantasy player props and the pick'em game that Underdog Fantasy has. It's so much fun. Pick anywhere from 2 to 5 players. Has to be at least one from each team or from 2 separate teams. You don't have to do Bucs Panthers. You could do like Bucs and the Dolphins, or the Dolphins are playing now, but you get what I'm saying. And you just pick higher or lower on a number of different stats, whether it's rushing yards or if a quarterback will throw an interception, and so on and so forth. So you can use the promo code Pewter, that's PEWTER, and get a first deposit bonus when you play with Underdog Fantasy. They always got great stuff going on, whether it's the pick'ems, whether it's the rivals. They got a lot of in-game tournaments as well, and they have more than just football. Obviously, football is the best, but you can do it for basketball and hockey and a number of other great sports. So check out Underdog Fantasy. Use the promo code Pewter, that's PEWTER. Moving on to the key matchups on the defensive side of the ball for the Bucs against the Panthers. First up, we got Kalijah Cansey against right guard Brett Toth. Josh Capo, who do you have?
Kalijah Cansey. Cansey has been everything that the Bucs could have hoped he would be. When they took him at 19 overall, he's continually getting better every week. He is that guy, and yeah, I'll take Cansey all day.
I misspoke. I should have said reigning, defending, undisputed rookie of the month, defensive rookie of the month, Kalijah Cansey. Yeah, I think it really has been incredible what he's been able to do with all the time that he missed, and then just coming in and just playing awesome from the beginning. So yeah, I'm going to take Kalijah Cansey. Next, we have the Bucs inside linebackers, because we didn't know who the hell was going to play, versus Chuba Hubbard. I'm going to take Chuba Hubbard in this. I kind of already alluded to it. I think the Bucs inside linebackers are going to struggle stopping the run. KJ Britt hits pretty hard, but he's not the fleetest of foot. So I think speed might be a problem for KJ Britt. So I'm gonna take Chuba Hubbard.
Yeah, I'll give Hubbard slight edge. I don't think he's that amazing.
Yeah.
The Panthers continually try and find somebody better than him every single year. But the inside linebackers for the Bucs are just completely unproven, unknown quantities. One thing I think we don't really talk about, J.J. Russell actually had a really, really good preseason, like a really good one. So there's a chance that maybe he flashes today, but I'll take Chuba in the slightest of margins.
Yeah, I mean, people forget like J.J. Russell is very close to making this team over the last 2 seasons. So who knows? Maybe he'll be the next up and coming star that no one expected. So yeah, intriguing to see what he'll do today. Jameis Winston is getting the ball back. The Saints are going to have an opportunity to win this game with 5:54 to go. Could be a pick though too, obviously. Third up on this card. Outside linebacker Shaq Barrett versus right tackle Taylor Moton. Josh, the pick is yours.
Push. Yeah, Barrett's been decent this year. It's great to see him come back from the Achilles injury and so much tragedy around him. Yeah, he's flashed here and there. He's no longer the dominant alpha rusher that he was, the Super Bowl year, the years, a couple of years before that. Taylor Moton, on the other hand, hasn't been fantastic this year, as basically the entire Panthers offensive line has regressed. Each one's going to win a few. Barrett probably gets a sack, but overall, I say it's a push.
Yeah, I agree. Probably be a push. Would love to see more from Shaq. Maybe he, maybe he turns it up because he is a bit of a streaky player when it comes to the sacks as well. So maybe he gets one early and that kind of gets him going. But I'm going to take a push. This next one, Carlton Davis against Adam Thielen. Thielen's their best weapon / target at wide receiver for the Panthers. Carlton Davis has been a monstrosity at times. At other times, he made 1,000 tackles last game, but that's probably more of an indictment on the Bucs' just ability to stop the run. And he did have an interception. I think I'm going to go push again, just because you kind of don't know right now what Carlton you're going to get. This also kind of falls on Todd Bowles. Like, will he play a lot of zone, or will he trust Carlton and man, which Carlton does best? And shout out to Adam Thielen for keeping it going at this point in his career. So I'm going to go with a push.
Yeah, did you have Adam Thielen with 99 targets through week 12 on your NFL bingo card at the beginning of the season? I know I didn't. No, I'll take Carlton Davis over Adam Thielen. I feel comfortable with that. He played well last week. Yes, it has not been a great season for him. He's had a couple of atrocious games. Houston was Houston was straight up the worst game of his career, but he played well against Indy. And I think this is a matchup that he's absolutely, built for.
And last but not least, Yaya Diaby against Panthers left tackle Ikem Ikwonu. Icky. Can't you see? Josh Capo, I will let you have the first crack at it.
I knew that reference, by the way. I'm very, very excited about that.
Nice.
Icky's had an atrocious season. Give me Yaya. I'll take Yaya. Yaya is on the upswing. Icky's on the downswing. I think Yaya, he wins this one. He's going to create a lot of pressure this week.
I'm going to go with Yaya as well. A bit of a sluggish game last game, but outside of that, he's he's taken advantage of having more snaps on defense, and I think he'll do the same as well against an opponent that he should beat pretty well. So I shall take Yaya Diaby. By the way, I thought I had our predictions. Let me get our predictions up. Thought I had. All right, we'll go with this instead. You still bet on the game. It starts in 5 minutes. if you want to bet on this Bucs game, you can go and do it over at mybookie.ag. Use the promo code Pewter, that's PEWTER. Get a first deposit bonus when you use my bookie. So you're getting free money in your bank account, which is great. And free money is something where even if you learn from Plant City Math, you know that that's a great deal. So mybookie.ag, they got all the different props. You can do parlays as well. Bet on all the great sports. Get free money in your account over at mybookie.ag. Let me see, because I initially got it at 5.5 or 2.5. I don't know. I've been everywhere. What's the over under in this game? I think it's pretty low. I think it's like 36 or 37, which I thought was extremely low.
That's interesting because I had my prediction is Bucs win 20-16. So I've got 36 for the point total. And I guess I would have taken the under on that by half a point.
Yeah. Here were the Pewter predictions I was looking for. We all have the Bucs winning. Scott has them winning 27-20. Adam Sly Slavon has them 24-10. I went 26-17. Sometimes with these like predictions, I like write everything and then I'm like, oh, I got to come up with a score. And sometimes I'll just try to come up with random scores. So I wouldn't take too much stock into like the margin of victory that I put in these predictions. Josh, you, as you just said, 20-16. Bailey Adams has them the Bucs winning 27-13. By the way, we're about to have our live game stream. The Saints did not convert on 4th down. Lions will get the ball back. We're about to have our live game stream in just a moment, so don't touch that dial. It'll be right on our YouTube channel. But also don't forget that next week, big time matchup for the Bucs when they play their second matchup against the Atlanta Falcons. This one in the ATL, an area that Josh is quite familiar with. And we're going to do it all again next week, starting at noon for the pregame show, and then the live in-game analysis at 1:00 for Bucs versus Falcons. So, going to be hopefully a good time, depending on what happens today for the Bucs.
You know those,
are you going to that game?
I am going to go to that game, so I will not be joining you for the in-game stream. But I was just looking at the two games this week that finished first. So the Thursday night game, Seahawks Cowboys, and then Chargers Patriots was the first game to go final today. It's one of those like you look at them and you go same sport things.
Yeah.
Seahawks lost to the Cowboys 41-35, so 76-point total. The Chargers beat the Patriots 6-0.
Yeah, insane, disgusting. The Chargers did cover. They were a 5-point favorite against the Patriots, and they barely covered.
That's amazing.
Josh, before we forget, let's sync up our TVs.
Oh yeah, I should probably log in then.
Okay, yeah, let me know when you're logged in, and we will get it going. In the meantime, I'm going to play the Pewter Report intro again because it's super fun and the people like it, and that will signify that it's game day. What up, what up? It's the Game Day Show. Same people still here. Myself, Matt Matera, and Josh Capo. And Bucs and the Panthers are about to get it rolling. I'm Matt Matera. With me is Josh Capo. I think I already said that, but that's okay. Yep. Josh, what do you got on your screen?
Yeah, so give me like 3 minutes if you can carry. I'm going to turn off my mic and my my video. I forgot that this was carried locally, so I need to log into my TV provider, and I don't have any of that information. The wife carries it, so I will be back in about 5 minutes.
Awesome. Sounds good. we just got kickoff, and the Bucs will be getting the football first. Shout out to Josh Capo. He'll be back sooner rather than later. But how we feeling, Bucs fans? This is a game that they have to win. Shaggy says, "What time is it? It's game time." Ed Gaines says, "Lions need a first or two." Yeah, that game's coming down to the wire. Narav says it's game time. The game is in Tampa, Florida. Bucs start out in shotgun. Baker hands it off to Rachaad White, who pushes up the middle. He's going to get about 7-8 yards on that run. A very nice start for Tampa Bay. Let me get the... Where you at? I'll just create a new banner. First quarter. Bucs 0, Panthers 0. Second down, Baker throws. Oh, it's low. And it's incomplete. Was looking for Chris Godwin. Probably could have been caught by Godwin, but again, it was a low throw. Not very accurate by Boomer Sooner, Baker Mayfield. Yeah, Stan Glassman says, weird 2 NFC teams not on Fox. They changed it a couple of seasons ago where, because it used to be like, if an AFC team and an NFC team were playing each other, whoever was the road team, that company would get the game. Swing pass to Devin Tompkins on third down. He just gets enough room. We'll see where the ref puts the spot. It was very close on the 3rd and 2, and that's going to give the Bucs a first down. But yeah, then a couple seasons ago, they changed it where they could pretty much have any game on CBS or Fox. All right, 1st and 10. Bucs 1 for 1 on their third downs. That's obviously important. Baker lines up under center. K. Dotton goes in motion. They hand it off to Rachaad White again, who avoids one tackler and gets about 4 yards on the play. Set up a 2nd and 6. I believe Josh is good to go. Josh, give me a thumbs up if you're ready. All right. Back on the show, Josh Capo. I just saw your message. Back again. All right, Bucs are 1 for 1 on third downs. Josh,
I caught that just the tail end of that. That's awesome. And then just got 4 yards on second. I'm currently seeing them broadcasting who the starters were for the Panthers.
Okay, I won't give anything away then because you're gonna like this next play.
Am I?
Yeah.
Known Panthers fan that I am. A little razzle dazzle. Trey Palmer. That's a first down. And then
okay, let me know. Yeah, let me know when they show. They're gonna show like a slow-mo replay of it, and then they're gonna cut to Trey Palmer on the sideline. Let me know when you see Trey Palmer on the sideline.
Okay. Rare 2-back set for the Bucs.
Yeah.
Chase Edmonds and Rachaad White. There's Palmer.
Okay, cool. We are close to being synced up. I like the little
wide receivers coach Brad Idzig.
Yeah, I like the little tape on the nose that he's got. That's very old school.
Yeah, clear out those sinuses.
Yeah. All right, Bucs are essentially at midfield. New set of downs. They run it on first down again for about a yard or two.
I believe that was Derek Brown doing Derek Brown-like things.
Yeah, who we just talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Game show. Tampa Bay Trey. Damn, the Cardinals and Steelers game got delayed. The Cardinals are up 17-3.
Jeez.
Looking to his right. Caught by Kate Otten. That's another first down. And there's a late flag. I hope they don't get Rachaad White. Oh, man.
Oh.
Pass interference? Damn. See, once again, these silly mistakes.
Mm-hmm. And they always seem to pop up on drives where they've got a lot of positive movement and it just freezes everything.
Yeah. I would like to see a replay. We know Dave Canales loves to run in these situations.
Yes, he does.
Second and 19.
You just raised my infuriation level. And there it is.
Oh, they did run it. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nicely done.
Hey, you're just out here being Tony Romo.
And of course, they cut to Dave Canales right after. I mean, you're just giving up.
Well, and okay, maybe you do it once or twice here or there. Unpredictability. You catch him, trying to protect deep. He does it every time. There's no unpredictability to it.
Yeah. There you go. All right. Jets get the stop. Baker over the middle. Incomplete. Yep. Drive killer.
Was it incomplete? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think he ever fully held on
control.
To the ball. Yeah. Damn. So once again, a promising start for the Bucs offense, and then they shoot themselves in the foot.
Dumb.
Stop me if you heard this before. Oh, high snap, but Jake Camarda, the athlete that he is able to get it. Boots it down the field. Fair catch caught at the 14. 15 year. Yeah.
Camarda had a scholarship offer to UNC for basketball.
No kidding.
No, I'm just kidding.
All right. I was like, I don't recall that. Because, I know he, he's a pretty athletic dude.
Yeah,
I feel like that would have came up in the draft process. But, yeah, all right. Pulled one on me. Pulled fast on. Longer amounts of okay. Send tweet. All right, people, how we feeling? Yeah, Second Royalty is asking, why run 2nd and 17? Don't know. Because it used to be like, oh, hey, this is an element of surprise. But now it's not anymore. Lucas wants them to throw the ball to Mike. They will. Right. They will at some point.
I'm going to see if I can pull this while we're on the podcast here together. I'm going to try and pull up some R data and actually get you how many times on 2nd and 15 or more the Bucs have run versus passed the ball. Let's see if I can pull it live. My coding skills aren't the best, so I may screw it up, but I want to give it a shot.
That's all right. We appreciate your effort. By the way, in the Titans-Colts game, so the Titans got two different punts blocked, and the second one, the punter got hit on the play, and he's injured, and he's out for the rest of the game. So Nick Folk had to just punt. The kicker had to punt. So I thought that was interesting.
How'd he do?
Not bad. He kicked it down to the 20, and they called for a fair catch. So, I mean, I think that's pretty good. All right. Panthers will start at the 14, as we established. They run it with Chuba Hubbard. Nice job by Yaya Diaby making the tackle right at the line of scrimmage. Show the Jets game. 2nd and 10. Got Yaya on the right side, Shaq on the left, Vita and Kalijah in the middle. And that play, nicely done by Carlton Davis. They were trying to run a screen, and
he blew that whole thing up.
Yeah.
He had 2 different receivers in knots.
Dylan C. Baker wants to know where you can find the game. It's on CBS. Well, I don't know where you're watching from. It'll probably be the 49ers-Eagles game, unless you're in the Tampa area or Carolina. Or I guess Atlanta.
Or Atlanta, yeah. I think anywhere with the NFC South has a squad.
Yeah. All right, 3rd and 10. See if the Bucs can get a 3 and out. They send 4. Bryce Young throws. Oh, a nice catch.
I don't know if
it was not a catch.
That.
Pat O'Connor said it was incomplete, so I trust him.
He's a trustworthy kind of guy.
Yeah. Goes down. Did the ball move? Bryce Young saves the catch. All right, Jets have 3rd and 10 at their own 8-yard line with Trevor Siemian in the game. Siemian throws, not even remotely close, but a flag is thrown. It's got to be on Atlanta. I like this. We could all watch Jets Falcons together.
There you go.
Finally, Garrett Wilson gets a call. Carolina is challenging. Oh, what are these streamers doing? Oh, another big throw from Trevor Siemian. It's caught by Gibson. Jets are almost at the 40.
There you go. Some life.
Some life. Some good news for Bucs fans. As Stan Glassman says, come on, Jets. Great catch by Gibson. Trevor Siemian also, I think I said it before, but he's in at QB. Jets going 5 wide. Siemian throwing over the middle. Oh, incomplete. Looking for Gibson again. Damn, that would have put the Jets at like the 30. Pete says throw it to Garrett Wilson. I agree. They should throw it to Garrett Wilson. He's really good. We got differences of opinion on this play. Second Royalty says might be a catch, but at least they challenged. Josh Reporter says ball is moving, not a catch. As Mark Fisher says, love that prevent defense by Tampa. Trevor Siemian throws too high for baby boy Brees. I'll make it 3rd and 10. Oh, Tajay Spears with a nice run. Started him in fantasy this week out of necessity. I started him and Derrick Henry and doubled up on the Titans. Not that I wanted to. All right, the call is going to stand. Sorry, I have a little inside info by that. Just reading people's tweets that are at the game in the press box. So Bucs are going to get the ball back. Oh, he's done. He's done. Trevor Siemian's done. Oh, he got annihilated.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. This game's over. Well, Bucs are still going to be Was it?
At least a game back, but Saints did lose, so they have a chance to leapfrog them in the NFC South standings.
All right, 4th and 17 for the Jets with 50 seconds to go. And Trevor Siemian can't even get a pass off. The pass rush was in his face so quickly. All right, another loss for the Jets. That means no Aaron Rodgers. Devin Tompkins going to have an opportunity. They're definitely going to call a legal block in the back.
I didn't see a flag.
All right.
No, I think he caught the side of him. Bucs will have good field position here.
Yeah,
What, 42,
absolutely.
42 or 43, their own 42 or 43.
Devin Tompkins has really stepped it up over the past couple of weeks. He had that great kick return against the 49ers that set the Bucs up at like the 5-yard line. This one was pretty good. Nicole, I can't put your comment on the screen, but Nicola says, Jets effing suck. Oh my God. We're out of the playoffs. You're not out of the playoffs. I mean, you win today and then you beat the Falcons next week. And my, how the turntables. Bucs are throwing it on first down. They throw to Mike Evans. And he doesn't even have to get tackled. They just bear hugged him. Ooh, I hope we get a tie in Titans Colts.
That would be fun for everybody except those two fan bases.
Yeah. Oh.
So I was not able to pull it up. I will definitely do that sometime this evening and go into exactly how dumb it is to run on 2nd and 19 and pull all the stats for it. But I wasn't able to do it live. Something was going wrong in the script I was writing. 2nd and 5 is an okay place to run the ball.
Yeah.
Although you'd hope to get more than a yard there.
Oh, Mike Evans has surpassed Shelton Quarles for the 10th most games played in franchise history. So congrats to Michael Lynn Evans.
Shelton Quarles was one of my favorite players growing up.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Just always liked him next to Derek. I thought he was a great successor to Hardy Nickerson and just, a mainstay next to Brooks. And just really enjoyed everybody on the, those late 90s, early 2000s defenses.
I like it. Trey Palmer making a grimy catch. A little slant across the middle.
Every
First
week
down.
There's a ton of good on his tape. He's so close to putting it together, much like this Bucs offense.
Yeah, we'll see. When's the penalty coming?
For an aggressive block.
Yeah. All right, little play action. Okay. Looks like Baker's pass got tipped, which is a daily occurrence.
You mean his passes get tipped even on non-game days? That's how common.
They probably get tipped in practice.
Oh, that's a good point.
A lot of airtime for Brad Isaac today. Good for him.
Recently engaged.
Yeah, it did it during the bye week, I believe. Mm-hmm. Out in Cali.
See, that's stuff you don't get on the broadcast.
Exactly. Yeah, I doubt that any of them have brought it up.
That was a really good play by, Dante Jackson?
Yeah. Baker's looking for Trey Palmer again. Yeah, Trey's got a couple more targets over the last 2 weeks. Yep. Air Cecil says, you guys kill me acting like Baker's the only quarterback to get passes tipped. Yeah, he's not the only quarterback, and I don't have the stats in front of me, but it happens every week. Baker goes deep down the field looking for Mike Evans. Michael Lynn Evans makes the catch, and he's down at the 5-yard line.
That one wasn't tipped. I can tell you that. That one was not tipped.
Yeah. Angle says, at least the pitch count is working. Good catch, Evans. Lucas says, that's why you throw it to Mike. Nicole wants to know, why doesn't Canals do this sooner? I mean, it's their second drive of the game.
If it's not a touchdown every play, it's not good enough.
All right, 1st and goal for the Bucs. They run it with Rachaad White. He pounds the rock up the middle, gets about 2 or 3 yards.
I'm going to try and break this down. So the average NFL offense gets about 10 drives a game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If a receiver were to have 170 targets, they would be top 3 in the league, if not number 1, which means if you target a receiver once per drive, he's going to be one of the top 3 target getters in all of the NFL at the end of the year. Mike Evans, we're on the second drive. He has 2 targets.
Mm-hmm. Let's go play action. Baker's looking for Mike Evans. He's going to throw, and Mike causes a penalty, or draws a penalty, I guess I should say. That's going to be pass interference on Carolina. Bucs are going to get the ball at the 1-yard line. Mike Evans making an impact even by not making the catch.
There have been a lot of people who have talked about, like, Chris Godwin only has 1 touchdown on the year. If you go back and look at the play design on this, his route wasn't even to the end zone. As they kind of went into scramble drill, he was coming open if Baker could have come back to him on the left side there. But this is part of the reason why he's had trouble getting touchdowns. Now, last week he should have caught the one from Trask.
Yeah.
Just a little insight there.
All right, 1st and goal. They run it with Rachaad White. Is he in?
He's in. Yeah, he's in.
He's in. They give the signal. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Bucs are up 6-0. Rachaad White.
There you go.
1-yard touchdown run. That means I get to update the graphic.
There you go. Let's see.
That's right. Shaggy said, Mike entered today needing 150 for 1K. I think I got it actually, because I did a prop bet before the season, over 875.5 receiving yards for Mike Evans. And that definitely just hit.
Yeah, so to the commenter who talked about Baker's tips and how when we commented on it, we make it seem like he's the only one in the league. Coming into this game, he was tied for first with 2 other quarterbacks for the most passes batted at the line of scrimmage with 12. And that was tied with Trevor Lawrence, notably tall quarterback, and Sam Howell, who's kind of like in the middle there. So he definitely has a ton of tips. Now, if you want to say it's because of his small stature or not, that can be debated. There is no correlation between height of quarterback and number of batted passes. You have a lot of taller guys who will also have it, like Lawrence. But to say that he doesn't have a lot compared to the rest of the league would be factually incorrect.
Yeah.
It's times like these, since I've been doing these with you, I think about like the broadcasts.
Mm-hmm.
They have producers and stuff who find these stats, and you and I are scrambling to do it like while commenting. I'm like, man, it would be so cool to have an intern who's just pulling this shit up for me.
That's very true. Or like if I'm sending out a tweet, it's like, all right, I got to think about what I'm saying, and it's like, but I also don't want to just be silent on the stream. Tennessee just took a 3-point lead in overtime against Indy. So we could get that tie if the Colts can drive down and kick a field goal. And then that would leave at least probably a small amount of time to try to tie it up or regain the lead. Yeah, so overall, offensively, liked what I've seen so far. I mean, both times they were able to move the football. Unfortunately, a penalty got in the way again. But Mike Evans just showed up. They've run the ball somewhat okay.
Trey Palmer's looking good.
Trey Palmer, big time third down catch. Bucs have been pretty good on third down.
Yep. The only thing that I take issue with is that 2nd and 19 run.
Yes, I agree. Ah, that's cool. They got the Christmas lights. Yeah.
Yeah, up on the pirate ship.
On the boat.
This is a very important 8 days for the Bucs, especially with
Very
New Orleans
much.
losing.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to think what the tiebreaker would be, because if they beat Carolina here, they go to 2-1 in the division, and they hold the head-to-head over New Orleans, which means they'll be second, although their record will be 1 game behind Atlanta. They beat Atlanta next week, if they beat Atlanta next week. Then they have the same record as Atlanta. They're 1-1 against Atlanta, and they both have a 3-1 divisional record at that point.
Oh,
so,
boy.
Let's see what it comes down to.
Maybe they should just get a committee to pick the winner.
I like what you did there.
Chuba Hubbard rips off a pretty good run for about 10 yards. But there's a flag. Tell me something good. Oh, now it's raining in Tampa.
All right, so first tiebreaker head-to-head, so that would be tied. Best won-loss tied percentage in games played within the division, that would be tied. Best won-loss tied percentage in common games. Common games. Let's see here. We'll try and do some of this on the fly. May end horribly.
Wow.
It is
Joe
coming
Flacco
down.
Just threw yeah, it is. Damn. Are we supposed to rain all day, or is it just a quick little thing?
If it's anything like Alabama was yesterday, it's going to come down for a while.
Yeah, I meant to ask you, how was it going to the college football game?
So we had a blast. Took our daughter. We saw the Sun Belt Championship between App State and Troy. It was in Troy, in Alabama. We had a blast. We had a lot of fun. Not the outcome we were hoping for. My fiance's alma mater is App State, and they got trounced. I want to say it was 49-23. So that wasn't great. But the game itself, it was a lot of fun. We enjoyed the road trip out, the road trip back. Had fun at the game. It was my daughter's first non-high school game. So, and she really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Awesome. Growing the game. 2nd and 10 for Carolina. They run it again with Hubbard. J.J. Russell makes the tackle. Oh, wow. The Colts are very close to scoring.
Overtime?
Yeah. Pierce,
first possession?
No, the Titans kicked a field goal. So Indy has it. 2:46 to go. They got it first and goal, at the 4. And meanwhile, Bucs Panthers will be 3rd and 4 for Bryce Young and the Panthers offense. See if the Bucs can make it 2 straight 3-and-outs. Pass is caught. Weird route by Christian Izien to get to the defender, or to get to the offensive guy.
Yeah, Izien's such a feel-good story because he's an undrafted free agent who was declared the starter out of camp. But after a couple of really good games to start the season, I think the Bucs definitely need to upgrade there next year.
Damn, KJ Britt is injured. Bucs are razor thin at inside linebacker to begin with. And he slams his helmet in anger. And I imagine it doesn't help that, it's pouring rain and you're hurt and you're on the field.
Yeah. That's terrible. I'm trying to think of who they even have behind J.J. Russell.
Apparently, they only dressed 2 inside linebackers today, so that would be an issue. Which
I wonder.
Also, how do you only dress 2 inside linebackers?
I mean, if they're planning on doing a lot of 3 edge sets like they did early last week, I could see it. You almost at this point you're going to see like Yaya or JTS just lining up in the
maybe
not on
JTS.
the line.
Yeah, put JTS at inside linebacker.
Maybe he pulls a reverse Micah.
Yeah.
Just becomes this elite off-ball linebacker with giant long limbs.
Angle says rotate Shaq to inside linebacker and drop Marquise Watts to edge.
I don't know if Shaq's got the athleticism to play inside linebacker.
Yeah. Nicola says put Baker at linebacker.
That makes no sense. I
He
can't
is
even
gritty.
figure that part out.
I think he's just joking.
Yeah.
County Bucs says Mike Evans can play linebacker.
I wouldn't want to risk any of your offensive players.
Mike Evans to safety and Winfield to linebacker. I think Mike did play a little bit of safety, like in some of those Pro Bowl games, because he definitely got in on defense and I think had an interception.
Yeah, Winfield. That's a very small. Honestly, I'd put Ryan Neal there. Like that. Yeah, that's how I would do it.
That's a good idea.
I just put Ryan Neal there. But ultimately, I just hope KJ Britt's okay.
Yes, that too. That's most important. Damn, it is pouring in Tampa. Good thing the Bucs scored early before the rain hit. Oh. Air Cecil said, Keith, he can't catch or block. Maybe he can tackle.
Again, the athleticism would be very concerning. All right, so I have some really good news.
I love good news.
All right, so I've been trying to pull this. So the tiebreakers. All right. If the Bucs beat Carolina this week and then beat Atlanta next week, they would move into first place in the division by maybe they don't win after that play. By virtue
Ryan
of
Neal
the
wasn't
third,
at linebacker.
Yeah, by virtue of the third tiebreaker, because Carolina and Tampa Bay would have the same record. They would have the same divisional record. They would be 1-1 against each other in common games. I'm sorry, in head-to-head. So it would go to common games where the Bucs have beaten the Vikings, but Atlanta has lost to them, and the Bucs have beaten Tennessee, and Atlanta has lost to Tennessee. So the Bucs would have the common game tiebreaker. That is something that I think is tweet-worthy at a commercial break.
Yeah, very much so. It's a good find. Our resident NFL tiebreaker expert, Josh Capa.
Just trying to add some things to the resume.
I like it, yeah. The versatility. You're the Micah Parsons of Pewter Report.
There you go. You'd be Dak.
Okay.
Face of the franchise.
Doing that hip thing. Panthers go play action. Bryce Young has a sea of Buccaneers around him, but of course they can't get to him, so he hits a wide open Adam.
So this was one of the things that I thought you could see more out of Carolina today than they've done. Bryce Young, out of 40 qualifying quarterbacks, he was 37th in play action rate this season at 16.7%. He just had a feeling that now that Frank Reich is gone, that they were going to do more of it. And you're seeing it a little bit here to start the game.
Cali Bucks says, can someone please cover this old man? He's the only target. Come on. Ooh, big run for Chuba Hubbard. Oh, he slips. The weather played a factor there.
So it does look like they have Ryan Neal in the box. Ryan Neal definitely got exposed on that.
Yeah. Couldn't get off the block fast enough.
Yep.
Yeah, thankfully Hubbard slipped, or he could have got a couple more yards. D. Delaney was clearly blocked, so it would have been on Antoine Winfield Jr.
Yep.
And yeah, Panthers have had a nice drive. They're running the ball extremely well. They'll be at the 22. Ty McCollum and Anthony Nelson in the mix. JTS there as well.
So it looks like the Bucs were in base there with 3 safeties. So they're running a 3 safety base set. You had Delaney, you had Neal up in the box. So Neal is effectively their 3rd linebacker.
Yeah.
Now 2nd linebacker.
Mm-hmm. Tough. Tough spot to be in. 20 seconds to go. This will probably be the last play. Unless it's an incomplete pass and the clock's done. I would never say never.
Yeah, and against 3 receivers, they're in dime.
Ooh, Carlton's. Oh, don't. Carlton. They got him for slamming the player. Up, some pushing and shoving. Carlton's getting angry. Ryan Neal's over there. Shaq Barrett talking some bull junk, as Deion Sanders would say. Yeah, Carlton, just don't slam him, man. Damn. It's a tough one. See, so that won't be the last play. The clock stops on a penalty. Yeah, I don't know. Like, was the whistle blowing? Because if the whistle was blowing and he slammed him, then yeah, I get it. I don't know.
All right, bud. Well, I'm going to go tweet for the PR account.
Please do so. Please do so well.
You going to be solo for the rest of the game? Rest of the guys are at the
everyone else is at the game. Yeah. But Josh Capel, ladies and gentlemen.
If you want, I'll drop back in for part of the 3rd quarter.
That's up to you. If you want to spend your time with us, that would be great. Please. But you're not being forced to. So whatever you want to do, man, I'm happy either way.
I'd like to.
All right. Well, then
I'll see you guys later.
All righty. Josh Capo. Always great having Josh on the show. I always forget to take that part out. Did they go to the end of the quarter? I thought they had to run another play. Maybe not. Love this comment. BA would scream at Carlton and Devin a lot this year. Yeah, he probably would. Stan Glassman says, Bowles lost his team because they are being too aggressive. LOL. By the way, I got to... If any of you guys used DoorDash before, I got to get something sent to me soon. Let's see if I could do it here. About this Mac. Okay, someone said DoorDash is clutch. Okay. I think I'm going to use it. MacBook. Charger. Okay. I think, yep, that should be it. cart. All right, Panthers have it 2nd and 1 as we start the second quarter. But for how long? So Panthers can still get a first down here. Bryce Young throwing, trying to target Carlton Davis. Big time tackle on 3rd and 1, Ryan Neal. A lot of people were mad, and he hasn't played well, but that was big time. Oh, damn it. Damn it. All right, I'll do this in a little bit. So Carolina kicks a field goal. That makes it 7-3. Bucs still have the lead. And you know what? The way that this weather is, that might be a huge difference. So good on the Bucs getting that stop in the red zone. Yes, I do. Okay. All right. Should be good. All right. Back on track. Sorry, I had to take care of something. Cali Buck says we have to throw in this rain still. Yes, but you go into shorter, more intermediate routes, which I think helps the Bucs. And we'll see what they can do, and we'll see what they can do as well running the football. They've been a little up and down. Angelina S says, I think we grind it with the run with this weather. Probably. Nicola says, does Bowles get fired? I don't know. If they lose this game, we'll see. All right, the touchback goes out of bounds. Or through the end zone, I should say. So it'll be Baker's 3 of 7 for 51 yards, but has hit the big play to Mike. He starts under center, hands it off to Chase Edmonds, who changes direction a little bit, breaks a tackle, and works pretty hard for about 5 yards. Angle says, why run Edmonds here? It's not like Rashad is tired. Yeah, I think you got to get the guys in the game at some point. But I hear you. Damn, that rain. Baker looking to throw. He's just going to throw it away. Could be a quick 3 and out for the Bucs. Yeah, Wayne says Baker is not looking good today. I would agree. Angelina says, I'm not far from the stadium. It's definitely coming down pretty heavy. Yeah, they're showing all the fans. Poor guys. They look miserable. There's a guy wearing an Eagles jersey. The Eagles are playing right now. Oh, and speaking of that, Jalen Hurts just went down. 3rd and 6. Baker making calls at the line of scrimmage late. Throws a screen to Edmonds. Edmonds couldn't break the tackle. If he breaks that tackle, it goes for quite a while. I don't necessarily hate the play call. Ooh, my bet of the under and Rams is not looking good. Oh, a high snap. There was another high snap earlier, but Camarda able to get this one and still boot it. And tackled right away by Chase Edmonds. So Chase Edmonds doing a little bit of everything. And the gloves are coming off for a lot of guys. You saw Mike Evans going gloveless. I guess they say in the rain it makes it tougher with the gloves. Daniel Gomez says no blocking for the 3rd down pass. So they had Chris Godwin over there, but the Panthers defended it well. Callie Buck says I didn't like the play calling on that drive. Air Cecil says fast forward. Actually, I can do that because my TV was synced up with Josh's, and he streams, and I got cable. Yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. All right, Eagles up 6-0 over the 49ers. Game of the week that everyone's watching. Tom says, man, we are mediocre. Well, they've had 3 drives, and they scored a touchdown on one of them, so let's pump the brakes a little bit. Mr. Trubisky's in for the Steelers. He's running 17-3. Ugh. It's been a lot of bad football this season. Tom says, it's pouring. Just pull a Bill Belichick and run the ball every down. Randy says, if we lose to the Panthers at home, are we the worst team in the NFL? The new worst team in the NFL. No, the Patriots are still awful. The Jets have an awful, 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 awful offense, but a great defense. Oh, showing a lot of Jesuit High School stuff. And Jay Feely. Oh, I guess Jay Feely's on the broadcast. That probably makes sense. I think Jay Feely's son kicks at at whatchamacallit, Colorado. Callie says Jets had so many chances to beat the Falcons today. They did, but the Jets are a terrible team. Terrible offense. Going nowhere. Might as well tank. Bryce Young completes a quick pass. Goes for about 4 yards. Well, there's no way the over is going to hit now. Nah, I don't think the Jets should have got Carson Wentz. Luke Lacoste says, Jets have a very bad Boyle. Boyle was horrible. QB rating in college. Why is he a pro? Yeah, I don't know. His college stats are insane. Like, insanely. It's insane that he was a mediocre quarterback at UConn. And, he ends up, like, having an NFL career. Panthers are getting it done on the ground. They're clearly taking advantage of KJ Britt being out. Jets do also have a trash O-line. Good observation, Angle. All right, 3rd and 1. If I'm the Panthers, I run it. They do, but the Bucs are there. Great job. Yaya Diaby. Who else is in there? Russell and Antoine Winfield Jr. Poor fans were soaked. Soaked. Yaya Diaby already playing better than last week. Nathan, let me clarify, because he says, Matt, that's a heck of a statement. They're taking advantage of no KJ Britt. I just meant like that they don't have a typical standard inside linebacker. I get it. Like, AJ Britt isn't a great player or anything like that. I just meant in terms of, like, imagine trying to run an offense where you just didn't have a wide receiver. That's really all I meant. Just like having a starting inside linebacker. Kenneth McClary says, I don't understand why Devin Tompkins always calls for a fair catch and then starts running after he catches the ball. I didn't even notice that, but now I'm going to now I'm definitely going to look for it next time. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of dumb. Wow. Cardinals scored again on the Steelers. It's going to be 24 points. All righty. And Nicole says, I thought he was messing around. Kind of like that the Steelers-Cardinals game has been moved around so much. Like, I wish the NFL would have more evenly timed games in terms of like they load up the 1:00 games and then they only leave like 2 or 3 for the 4:00 games. And I get it because you'll have the game of the week and it's nationally televised and all that good stuff. But sometimes you might get a game where it's a complete blowout and the game sucks. And it's like, all right, well, this is the only game. Damn. Bucs start in shotgun, go a little play action. Back to Rachaad White. That ball is dropped by Rachaad. And as you can see, the rain is a gigantic factor. I kind of like it, though. I kind of like when you get like a crazy weather game. Oh, Brian Gomez with TGHT says, "Hey, Matt, I'll be at the Bucs versus Falcons game next week." Very cool, Brian. Hope you have a good time. Hopefully the Bucs can win. I know Josh Capo is going to be at the game and in the press box for Pewter Report. I think Bailey Adams might be going too. So we will have boots on the ground for Bucs Falcons next week in Atlanta. And very excited about it. Angle says monsoon games are fun. I think they can be. Rachaad looks like he's in a lot of pain. Third and 8. Baker throwing deep. That's got to be a penalty. Yeah. And the ref says, okay, fine, I'll go too. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, Mike was getting grabbed all over the place. That's the second penalty Mike Evans has been able to draw. He like jumped on it. That was insane. No foul? Damn, son. What? Oh, Brad Isaac's living. No one's gotten more TV time than Brad Isaac. That's an odd one. I mean, he kind of like wrapped up Mike. Can we get a replay? CBS? Mike's pleading his case to the ref. Let's be wary of this snap as well. Remember, Zach Trenner, last two have been kind of high. This one's on target. Camarda makes the catch, or the snap, boots it. Oh, solid return to the 40. Almost at midfield. Panthers will have good field position. Oh my God, they're gonna score again. Okay, good. I took the under in Rams Browns, and there's already 17 points, so that is not good. Randy Douglas says the rain is going to turn this game into a run game. Not good for the Bucs. Their run game has gotten better. Stan Glassman. So what happened? They threw the penalty initially, threw the flag, and then they discussed it and said that there was no foul. But I do agree with you, Randy. Got to keep throwing it to Mike. I think they will. Cougs12 says, it's like the Bucs can't see that the only scoring drive had runs on first down. Now they are back to throwing a first down, killing drives because they end up 2nd and 10 all the time. No, it's actually better if they throw it on first down. N is asking, can you commentate the game? Well, yeah, but they're at commercial break. But yeah, I'm happy to do some of that. Because they're at commercial break, and that's why I'm not saying anything. Mark Fisher says, sadly, good no call. Route to run was the slant anyway. Wide open. Oh, we got a super chat from Randy Douglas. Thank you, Randy, for this $6.99 Canadian. Says, why are you alone, Matt? All the others wanted to watch Eagles 49ers. All the others are at Raymond James Stadium. They're covering this game from the press box. Scott Reynolds, Adam Slavon, and Bailey Adams. So, yeah. And Josh Capo is writing some other stuff behind the scenes. So, yeah, that's why I'm alone. I usually do a lot of the second half of games alone because it's just it's a little easier just in terms of, the guy's got to write most impressive and most disappointing and things like that. So that frees them up to do it where we can get the stories out right away so you guys can read them on pewterreport.com versus like doing this and then having to write it after where it takes a little bit longer. So we feel it's best for the fans. Obviously you want that content out almost immediately. Damn, KJ Britt is out for the rest of the game with a back injury. So Bucs are going to have to really shuffle the deck. Panthers are, they got a first down. Getting into running it again. Luke says, Luke Lacoste says, JJ Russell time to shine. Nicole says, remember the days when we had the best run defense? And Angle says, Pepperidge Farm remembers. Great line. Great line. Oh, wow. Was that ball behind the line of scrimmage? Good pass rush. Victor says, Matt, can you please commentate on the commercials? Like, you want me to say what the commercials are? You tell me. I'm all for the people. Shaggy. Yeah, that ball is definitely backwards. JJ Russell on the attack. Shaggy with the $2 super chat. Thank you, Shaggy. Says, forget linebacker you. We're linebacker. Who? Yeah, that should be a loss of yards there. That was very much a backwards pass. That was so backwards. That was very, very backwards. Refs are still having discussion over it. Todd Bowles giving a piece of his mind to the refs. Nicole says, we have no sacks yet. No. Panthers have ran the ball a fair amount. I mean, he's clearly throwing it backwards. That's so backwards. I mean, what are we doing? Okay, so they did call it backwards. Finally, a call for the Bucs. That'll make it 3rd and 19. They throw a little screen. J.J. Russell misses. A couple of Bucs miss. They had to get 19 yards. All right, Bucs are going to get the ball back. Good job generating some pressure. Didn't lead to a sack, but it led to a backwards pass. Quite fun. Yeah, it's been a pretty ugly game. Nicola says, make a tackle. All right, let's see if Devin Tompkins does the thing with the fair catch. Nope, he's saying, get away, get away. Damn, if you're the Panthers player, you should have let that run a little bit more. All right, Bucs will be having their worst field position of the day. Yeah, this was a mistake. As Tom says, we got them right where we want. All right, 5:50 to go. Bucs have slowed down a lot. Now Kate Otten gets onto the field. What the heck? Yep. Oh. So Rachaad White ran for like a yard, but he kind of like fell on the back legs of Cody Mauch. All that motion for nothing. All right, 2nd and 9. They're going to run it again with Rachaad White. And again, doesn't really go far. I think we could be looking at a 3rd straight 3 and out for the Buccaneers. Okay. Now a desperate throw. Yi Jinping calling for a screen. Baker throws over the middle. Oh! It's caught by Mike Evans. I thought he was going to get hit in the head. And then I thought he got tackled very hard. He did, but Mike seems to be okay. That was a physical play. But good on Mike Evans. All right, 3:55 to go. Bucs just over the 20, so long way to go. They run it with Rachaad White. Damn, they got to mix it up a little bit, yo. I mean, they're not even coming remotely close. Second and 9. All right, Mike's over 900 receiving yards, so I'm going to win that prop bet. And a great spin move by Rachaad White. who breaks up multiple tackles and is able to get closer to the first down. All right. At the 2-minute warning, I got to step out for 1 second. All right, I'm back. So sorry about that, guys. I had to step out for a second and take care of something, but we're good to go now. So let's see what I missed. Baker threw an interception. Bucs defense stops the Panthers. They punted. Now the Bucs have a 3rd and 14, and that'll be a 3rd and 19. Been rough for the Bucs, huh? They called a pass interference on Kate Otten. Damn. No, Timothy. I had something getting dropped off to me that I need to get. It's actually a charger. So there you go. Baker throws over the middle. It's caught by Rachaad White. Ooh, I thought he was going to fumble there for a second. Thankfully, he did not. That's probably... I mean, Carolina will call timeout, but we're getting close. I mean, I don't know what you want them to call on 3rd and 19. I'm not defending the team. Hey, at least the Bucs actually used the timeout this half. Yeah, I know, Timothy. You're just busting chops. Lucas says, I'm sick of watching Baker. Granted, the weather obviously has played a huge part in this. But this is Baker's worst game as a Buc. Kenneth says, I feel like I'm watching FSU's offense from last night. The perfect storm of bad calls. Yeah, these refs, man. No penalty on Mike Evans, or no penalty for a play that happened to Mike Evans. And then Kate Otten called for pass interference. C-Biz says, free Godwin. Praise be. This has been a pretty ugly game. Angle says, stinky offense. Weather aside, is still a bad offense. Pete said, I am normally an optimist, but how are those mock drafts looking? Jaden Daniels, obviously, is the big one. Oh, that was a big hit in the Rams-Browns game. Bob Bubala says, this is a disgrace to the game of football. Bryce Young going down the field. Nice catch. Beat Zion one-on-one. DJ Chark. AJ says, I need them to throw more passes to Rachaad White for fantasy, bro. Why are they not passing to him enough? Randy Douglas says, that ball is wet for Bryce too, right? Yeah, he did throw it out of bounds. Throw it backwards 2 drives ago. Bucs bring a blitz. Bryce Young going deep again. That one's overthrown and would have been out of bounds as well. Nicole said they're targeting Zion. Well, yeah, they're playing some man-to-man, which I don't hate, to be honest with you. Send a blitz again. Chark goes out of bounds. 19 seconds to go. Make it 3rd and 6. Brian Sheffer says, wow, you mean throwing the ball downfield works? You guys are great with these comments. I know it's frustrating. The Bucs are playing terribly. But I do appreciate you guys sticking with us. And then there'll always be draft season. Oh, Marquise Watts in the game. Kalijah Cansey forced a holding penalty. Kalijah Cansey got right up in there. Love the hustle at the end by Marquise Watts as well. I think good things happen when he gets in the game. You ever bet on sports? All the time, AJ. All the time. You should check out my show, Pewter Picks and Props. Comes out every Friday. I pick the Bucs game, player props for the Bucs game. Of course, like the over-under and the spread. And then I pick anywhere from between like 3, 4, 5 other NFL games. Which the NFL games I took this week, Dolphins, they shredded Washington. So that hit. I took the Chargers -5.5, and they won 6-0. Definitely AJ Underdog Fantasy. Huge fan of Underdog Fantasy. Use the promo code Pewter. It's PEWTER. Get a first deposit bonus playing Underdog Fantasy. All right, 3rd and 16 for Bryce Young. And Marquise Watts just missed him. Young throws it down the field, nearly intercepted by Antoine Winfield Jr. That'll be incomplete. There's 3 seconds left. You imagine it's Hail Mary time. Damn, Marquise Watts came so close. Yeah, it should have been picked by Antoine Winfield. As Nicole says, get the sack, bro. Yeah, I do agree. They could have just sacked him in the first place. Logan Hall had a nice swim move. I'm seeing the replay because I got Red Zone on my other TV. And they show it like a play later. So, yep, Bucs preparing for the Hail Mary. You got Kayvon Merriweather back there, Antoine Winfield Jr. That ball's not even going to reach the end zone. Okay, they were just killing the clock. All right, that's it for the first half. Bucs are leading 7-3, but have not looked good since scoring a touchdown. We'll see what adjustments are made, how the weather kind of cooperates. So I'm going to take a little break right now during halftime. I'll be back for the third quarter. I believe Josh Capo is going to hop in again as well. So appreciate all you guys and see you in a little bit. Okay. We are back for the second half of Bucs versus Carolina. And I am lucky enough to be joined once again by my main man, Josh Capo, returning for this third quarter. Josh, your thoughts on what we saw in the first half? You're muted right now as well.
When the NFC South plays football, nobody wins.
People in the chat were like, am I watching Florida State's offense right now?
I mean, the rain obviously is having an outsized effect on this game. I 100% believe it was at play when Baker threw the duck to Evans that was intercepted.
Yeah.
It's still bad. I mean, it's just bad. I just sent Matt a text in our Pewter Report group chat that it's my first draft for most impressive, which I will be putting out after the game. And I currently have the viewers who stayed to the end of the game as the most impressive because you're true warriors and degenerates.
I just saw the picture. That's so great. Yeah, I mean, yes, the rain has played a factor. There's no doubt. But with all of that said, I mean, this, I think so far has been Baker's worst game as a Buccaneer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't recall many bad decisions.
Sure.
It's just bad throws, which, how much is that the rain? We haven't really seen Bryce Young make similarly bad.
Yeah, he had that one weird, backwards pass, but I think that was more just the pressure in his face more than
that was a bad decision in and of itself. So, it's been bad. I mean, there are bright spots for the Bucs. I've got, sneak preview of the actual most impressive. Ryan Neal has filled in admirably as a linebacker.
Made that big tackle on the 3rd and 1.
Absolutely. Saved a touchdown. A lot of the pass rushers have been doing a great job getting pressure. Yaya Diaby, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, Kalijah Cansey.
Little Marquise Watts as well. He came close to sacking Bryce Young, but didn't.
Yeah. Oh, good play by Carlton Davis there to set up 4th down.
Yeah,
Davis,
absolutely.
Outside of what I would call a bogus penalty, playing very, very well. And then on offense, the Bucs offensive line has actually, protected Baker pretty well. So Mike Evans is having a very solid game. So there's a lot of positive. It's unfortunate that, the running game hasn't gotten going and Baker isn't playing well, to your point, and that really hamstrings the rest of the game.
Paul, a.k.a. Florida Dreamhouse, says, enjoy second half with Matty Diamonds and Josh. Well, thank you very much for watching with us, Paul. And he follows that up with the Go Bucs. Shaggy says, misery loves company. Talking about these NFC South stalwarts.
Well, I was going to say, are you misery or are you company? I'll be the other.
I'll be misery.
Okay.
And a couple compliments on the 3 and outs. And we got a super chat from Paul, aka Florida Dreamhouse. Thank you for the $2 super chat. As Paul says, Celsius toast to the hardcore Bucs fans. Yeah, you are hardcore if you're watching this game. You're hardcore, especially those in the stadium. And I'm not talking about Scott and Sly and Bailey because they're in the press box. They're chilling. They're chilling. They're all right in the press box. I mean the fans that are wearing the ponchos and all that stuff. Yeah. Narav says Celsius with a little rum.
There you go.
Not a bad mix.
Not with this matchup.
No.
Not with this game. I would almost say rum with a little Celsius for this game.
Nicole then follows it up with Celsius and some Everclear. Yeah, that might be the better move.
Yeah.
As Randy Douglas says, you win the game. No, you win it. No, I insist.
So Matt, I have a couple of kids.
Yeah.
And I have to say, one of the best things about having children, besides the joy that they themselves bring to my life, which is a ton, is that it gives me the excuse to eat things like Lunchables.
There you
because
go.
they happen to be in the house. And it's not that I'm some weird middle-aged man who's buying Lunchables. What's up with that? They're for the kids and they just happen to be there. It's a quick snack, so then I don't look, weird.
And it's really funny you say that because the other day I was in a 7-Eleven and I was picking up some snacks or whatever. And I saw they had Dungaroos and I was like, damn, I haven't had Dungaroos since I was a kid, and I crossed my mind thinking about getting it, but then I was like,
you only live once.
Kind of weird. Yeah, this be kind of weird. You know what? Next show, well, you'll be in Atlanta, but next show I'll have some Dungaroos on camera.
There we go. I will catch it. I'll catch it on the replay.
Great comment from Donald Podzilawoski.
They've been more competitive in this game.
Yeah.
This is an upgrade.
Says, what are the odds of David Tepper firing his interim head coach after one game?
If anybody would do it, it'd be David Tepper.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know if our TVs are
synced.
Yeah.
I just saw Baker throw it out of bounds on 1st and 10.
Okay. Yeah. All right. We're pretty close. I'll pause it for like 2 seconds and then...
It's coming off. I've got Mayfield. He's back in the huddle. He's 8.
Let me know when he's under center. Spoiler, he's under center.
He is now under center.
Cool. Baker under center. Hands it off to Rachaad White. Cody Mauch got hit. Dude, poor Cody Mauch has been getting...
He's
like
hammered.
Steamrolled. And it's all the same play where he's like in front of the ball carrier. And as he gets tackled, people slam into Cody Mauch.
Well, you can see both offensive coordinators are calling this game as if they don't trust their offenses in this rain at all. And the field conditions are terrible. People are slipping and sliding.
Very conservative. Baker. Baker. Looking for Mike Evans. It's going to be yet another 3 and out for the Bucs offense.
And Evans was open. It looks like the slot corner Hill pulled up real lame.
Yeah. He's limping very hard.
Ooh, yeah, that looks like a real bad ankle injury.
I think so. Mike's clearly wearing gloves now, but I think he may have put on different cleats too. I don't recall him wearing white cleats in the first half, which would make sense given the field conditions and everything.
Yeah.
And Jake Camarda's punt goes into the end zone for a touchback.
Sad face.
Sad. Yeah, it does. It does feel like that. This is one of those. I mean, I guess Baker already had a turnover, but like the next turnover could be the difference in this game.
Oh, absolutely.
Brian Sheffer says, done with Baker.
I'm trying to figure out why they put this game in a 4:00 slot.
I was wondering that too. Like, did the world need to see this game with only 2 other NFL games going on?
I think, I don't know if most fans know this. Like, I think the consensus with the PR staff is we're not huge fans of the 4:00 slot, right?
Yeah, I would prefer 1:00 because then you get done earlier, and then you can kind of watch the other 4:00 games. I guess on the flip side, like you could watch the 1:00 games, and then the Bucs play at 4. But I guess I mean, it's like, would you rather get off of work earlier or get off of work later?
I think in general, I'm in favor of the 1:00 games. But if it's going to be a really good matchup, like I understand, this made no sense flexing this one. Unless the NFL like had a heads up on the firing of Frank Reich, and they're like, well, let's highlight the.
Like, why wouldn't they put like Lions Saints would have been a great 4:00 game?
Yeah. Dolphins, Commanders. That had the potential to be, fairly high scoring.
Yeah, I think the Dolphins scored 45 points. So
they did. But the Commanders only put up 15, but with Sam Howell, you never know. You get a 40-point performance or a 4-point performance.
And I think that Packers game, not Packers, that's a Sunday night game. Whatchamacallit? The Eagles-Niners game. I think it's like 7-6 Niners. Something like
that sounds about right.
The ReliaQuest Bowl that used to be the Outback Bowl, they just announced it's going to be LSU versus Wisconsin.
Okay.
On New Year's Day at noon, which if Jaden Daniels was playing would be super cool, but I doubt he's going to play.
Yeah. That had a chance to be a war on I-4, right?
I think people want the Gasparilla Bowl to be the war on I-4.
That's it, the Gasparilla Bowl. Which I saw somebody have an interesting take, which is basically that it's not like that's no fun for the players involved. Because one of the cool things about going bowling is getting the opportunity to go to a different part of the country and kind of experience that area. And the Gasparilla Bowl being right here in Tampa, it's no great shakes for the local teams.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I remember growing up, I always thought for athletes in all-star games and stuff, it was probably mad fun to go to a different town, or the Olympics to go to all these great countries and stuff. But then the more I think about it, it's you don't got to worry about if it's if it's the Olympics and it's in the USA, or a bowl game in your town, or all-star game in your town, you don't have to travel. You have to stay at your own place, sleep in your own bed. It's because I'm older now, and it's why do all this travel and stuff that's a pain in the ass when you could just do it right in your backyard. So
I'm with you. I travel a ton for my my other job, so I'm all about. Although I would say in that situation, I am probably if I'm a college athlete on a football team, I'm what are the requirements to make the Hawaii Bowl? That's the only one I'm aiming for.
And you play on Hawaii. Christmas Eve, I feel like it's usually.
Yeah. I take that one every time.
Definitely. Okay, 3rd and 2 for the Bucs. Wow, the Panthers are 1 for 8 on 3rd down. Young and shotgun. Adam Thielen goes in motion. They blitz. Antoine Winfield Jr. He gets to Bryce Young. That's a sack for Mr. Do-It-All, Antoine. Middle name redacted, Winfield Jr. I don't know his middle name, or else I would have said it.
All right, I'll be the intern. Let me see if I can find it. So Bucs defense obviously showing out, and I use quotations generously here. How much of this do you feel is a get-right game for Todd Bowles' defense and proof of concept, and how much do you chalk up to just it's a putrid Carolina offense, and then how much do you give to the weather?
Yeah, great question. I would skew it heavily towards the weather / Panthers bad offense.
Same here.
Yeah, I'm not crazy impressed with. I mean, the defense hasn't allowed a touchdown, which is good, but I feel like Carolina's ran the ball better than the Bucs would like. It's really if they get Carolina in those 3rd and long situations, they're getting a lot of stops.
Have they though? They have.
I guess I'm favoring the one drive that the Panthers drove down the field.
20 carries, 77 yards. So they're at less than 4 yards a carry. Chuba Hubbard got 17 of those on a single carry.
Mm-hmm.
So if you take that one out, you've got 20 carries for 60 yards. That's a 3 yards per carry clip.
All right.
That's pretty
solid. Correct.
Dwayne, by the way, is Antoine Winfield Jr.'s middle name.
Dwayne Winfield Jr.
Yep. This is according to the Wikipedia. more information you won't get from the broadcast, and a reason why people should just come to the Pewter Report live podcast.
Yeah, exactly. Great selling point. Love this comment from Randy, kind of answering your question about like how much stock are we putting into this performance. Randy goes, their quarterback throws the ball backwards. Which, Randy, you do make a good point.
Hey, he doesn't throw it to the other team, which the Bucs quarterback did.
Second Royalty said, I came back late. What did I miss on offense? Nothing. You didn't miss anything. Shaggy telling everybody to hit that like button. Yes, please do. Please like and subscribe. And, leave a comment as well. All right, apparently the weather is better now.
But the play on the field is not.
I'm sure the field is still very wet from all the rain.
Yeah.
It's not like baseball. They don't put a tarp on the field once it gets raining.
I tweeted out how if the Bucs beat Atlanta or win this game and then beat Atlanta next week, how they would move to first place. And the overwhelming consensus of replies that I got was just stop.
Chase Edmonds in the game at running back. Little play action.
Great block by Payne Durham.
Payne Durham. Oh, Baker. I mean, who knows? There's probably miscommunication on. I'm not defending Baker. I don't want this to come off as like, you're a Baker truther. Blah, blah, blah. I think he thought that Chris Godwin was going to be a little bit deeper. Or I don't know. If not, that was just a horrible throw.
Yep. It'll be an interesting one to
break down on the all-22.
Yeah, to see kind of what happened there. Did Godwin's route kind of get cut off with a bump or something?
Yeah.
Baker was thrown to a spot, or it didn't look good though.
Baker on second down. Hey, Devin Tompkins. He's in the mix. Yeah, I could use a little more mic today for my fantasy team. Matthew Reynolds says, we got to lose and get a quarterback. Oh, the Niners just scored. Debo making a statement. They're up 20-6, about to be 21-6 with the extra point.
Is your fantasy team likewise? Oh, yeah.
What about my team?
I said, is your fantasy team making a likewise statement?
What? Just not putting up any points like the Bucs?
No, like Debo. Like, I was hoping that your fantasy team was doing well this week.
Oh, thank you. I'm doing okay, but my opponent has 149 points, so could definitely use a touchdown from Mike, and then I need Jordan Love to go off while the Chiefs kick 1,000,000 field goals. So, a couple missed tackles.
It's been par for the course for the special teams. I have Chris Godwin on my.
I have him on my other team. Yeah, I have him on my other team as well.
Yeah, George Kittle is helping me out. I did have Sam Laporta. He got me 30 points.
I have Kittle and Laporta on the same team. I play them both, which is crazy.
But I started Javon Holland thinking that he was going to play. He was questionable for the Dolphins. He didn't get any points. So I'm assuming he did not play. My opponent has 129 points already.
Damn.
I'm sitting at 60. It's not looking good unless Jordan Love somehow goes off against the Chiefs. And then Calvin Ridley and Devin Lloyd do well for Jacksonville.
Hey, you never know. That's what these night games are all about. Just the craziness. Rav said I should have traded Eckler when I had the chance.
Not been a good season for Austin.
Jonathan Bott says, sorry, I don't see Trask doing any worse than Baker has today. Put Trask in to see if he can spark something. That's always interesting. Like, we're trying to get a spark. Blah, blah, blah. Change the quarterback.
I can't really defend Baker's performance today. I don't know if this would be the best situation to put Trask in, given the field conditions.
Let's remember, he is coming off of an ankle injury from last game.
Yep.
Nicole asked, do we want to win and get our hopes up for nothing, or do we want to lose and start the Bulls getting fired and high draft pick train?
I did put out an article this morning about some potential targets the Bucs might have in the 2024 draft. A couple of edge rushers.
Oh, yeah.
Lot 2 out of UCLA and Chop Robinson out of Penn State.
Robinson. I love
if you get a chance, check it out on pewterreport.com.
Yeah, you know what? I will. I'll throw it in the chat right now. Where is it? There we go. Bucs should explore. Yeah.
You know what I saw earlier? The Panthers have an offensive lineman whose last name is Jensen. When I saw it, it made me sad.
Oh. Yeah, makes me sad too. But what could cheer us up is a super chat. This one.
There you go.
From Mark Fisher. Thank you, Mark, for the $4.99 super chat. It says no runs outside, no Godwin, and bad throws. What's not good is I feel we are regressing with the playoffs on the line. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean they had a creative run on the first drive where they did kind of a double end around. That got to the outside and it did well. I think it was Trey Palmer, and they haven't gone back to anything like it.
Nice play again by Carlton.
He's having a good game. The bad throws, absolutely. Yeah, the Godwin. I'm thinking
this is what we see.
Probably worse than what we,
and this is what we've seen with Chris Godwin too. And I don't know how much it's. I agree with Mark's point about they got to try something a little bit different in the run game because it does feel very heavy of just up the middle. And when you go outside and it works, it's like, well, why not try that again? But I don't know how much the offense is totally regressing versus just Baker just not making.
What a catch!
I thought he pushed off. Let's get a replay. Did he push off?
Clean release to the outside. I don't.
Exactly. That was more just kind of sticking his hand out a little bit.
Yeah, that was a good play. One thing that I'm noticing is with the absence of KJ Britt, you're seeing a ton of communication from all levels of the defense.
Yeah.
More so than any other game. And I think it's been paying off for them.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at that. They haven't really had the busted coverage that has done the Bucs dirty in the past. All right, the over on Chuba Hubbard rushing yards hit. Made that pick on Peter Picks and Prompts.
Nice.
Oh, I think I had over on passing yards for Baker, so that ain't happening. Little play action. Mingo.
Wide open.
Wide with arms wide open. Damn. Yeah. Wow. Panthers are about to take the lead.
Yeah, and Zion's got to stop pussyfooting with those little duck tackles.
Yeah.
Come on. Wrap the guy. It's just throwing a little shoulder.
I know. I hate that type of tackling. You got to wrap up.
Now, the Bucs did have a big goal line stop, not to
They did.
in
Yes,
the first
they did.
half.
You're absolutely
And
right.
that's been the thing saving their defense this year. Oh, it's not going to happen this time.
Yikes. Yikes. Man, the Bucs stink.
They're going for 2.
Really?
I think they are.
I like it. You're a 1-win team.
Was he over? I think he was.
Yeah.
This would be the angle. Nope.
All right. Never say never.
2nd and goal. So I guess they didn't call it a touchdown.
All of that was disgusting, and yet the Bucs
Yeah.
almost got the stop. They did not.
I'm assuming the woman next to David Tepper is his wife. And I don't know if shoulder pads are back in or whatnot for ladies' fashion. But she could get out there and replace KJ Britt with those shoulder pads.
Bucs do need a linebacker. Oh, wow. Yeah, I just saw the replay. Those are quite shoulder pads. She looks like she lives in a snow globe or something. Man, the Bucs are yeah.
It's my fault. I was defending their run defense at the beginning of this drive. So of course
It's a game of swings. Yeah, game of swings. Yeah, should I ask Todd Bowles again if it's snowballing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Levante isn't playing. Devin isn't playing. I don't care. They shouldn't be in this situation right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lay this one on the defense.
I agree.
altogether.
Yeah.
10 points allowed in 2.5 quarters. That should be well enough to give you a lead.
Yeah. No, you're right. This is entirely on the Bucs offense. And we've criticized the Bucs defense a fair amount, especially over the last 4 games. But there's no excuses. This is on the offense.
Yeah, deservedly so. This one, unlike I would say a few of the others, this one's definitely on the offense. Baker's been terrible. The run game hasn't gotten together.
Yeah.
Canales is calling it scared.
What if, and I'm not rooting for this, but what if this drive Baker throws a pick? Would you consider Kyle Trask for the 4th quarter?
Yeah, absolutely. Not that I'm trying to defend the offense, but this is the same defense that held Houston to 10 or 13 points.
No, you're right. And we did talk about on the pregame show, you and I, that they were getting some pieces back on defense.
Yep.
All right, Baker looking, throwing over the middle to Mike Evans. Mike's got it. He's racing down the field. Evans to the 20, the 10.
Can he make it? He did.
He sticks the ball out.
No.
Oh, the saying he's down. Can we get a replay?
Oh,
I could have used that touchdown. Great play. Could have
I
used
don't think
touchdown.
you put Trask in now.
Yeah.
I think he's got it.
Depends on that. I think it was his left foot. Yeah, right there.
It was in. His left foot was. His foot was in. That's a touchdown.
Well, Todd.
That's a touchdown.
Todd hates giving up timeout, so he's definitely not going to challenge it. Come on, he's in. My fantasy team needs it.
Yeah, it's not a scoring play, so it's not automatically reviewable.
Yeah, so the Bucs would have to challenge it.
That's in.
Challenge
He's going to do it. He's got it.
If he
don't put it back in your pocket. Okay.
No. He challenged it.
All right. Sorry about that.
Is that the biggest touchdown, like longest touchdown of Mike Evans' career? It might have to be 75 yards.
Yeah, it could be.
And Mike on the catch and run. Yeah, he's in. He's clearly in. Oh, hell yeah. That's definitely going to help my fantasy team. That's 8 points for 7.5 plus a point for the reception. That's 8. And then, yeah,
you get
6
something
points
for a long. Would you get something for a long score?
I don't think in this league I do. But yeah, that would have been cool too. Yeah, that's 14 PPR. That's full point PPR. That's 14 points right there on one play from Mike. The Bucs tweeted out Michael Lynn Evans in all caps. Please be a touchdown. Please be a touchdown.
Here it is.
Yeah,
there it is.
Michael Lynn Evans.
He
with
did
an amazing play. That makes it 13-10.
They should just do that on every drive.
And that's 10 touchdowns on the season for Michael Lynn Evans.
Yep, 5 catches, 100. So he's 6 yards away from hitting 1,000, right?
Yeah, because
he's at 144.
Yeah, because I think he needed 150.
Let's take a look. Let's quickly ProFootballReference.com. Very handy thing.
McLaughlin is good. Oh, now my Baker prop has a chance.
Would this be his 9th season in a row with 1,000 yards? Right?
Yes.
14, 15, 16, 17. 10th?
9th or 10th? I think it's his 10th. I think he's in year 10. Yeah, last year he did it, and that was 9. Trustin Vorbeck with the $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Trustin. Says, pay that man. Could not agree with you more. Yeah, Shaggy's saying it's the 10th. So 10 years for Mike Evans. That was awesome. Yeah, he's 6 yards away, according to CBS.
Yep.
From 1,000.
Did they beat me to it? I'm a slow tweeter.
They put the graphics up on the TV.
This is why we need a Pewter Report producer.
Yeah, we'll work on it. Our next intern will.
Personal foul on Carolina. I didn't even get to see that.
Yeah, Brian Burns. Something with the extra point. All right. If I could get another touchdown from Mike, I'm down 112 to 149. I got Mike. My opponent has DeAndre Swift and Jake Elliott. Swift hasn't done anything. I've still got Jordan Love and Harrison Butker in the night game. So
I got Jordan Love in the night game too.
Let's go. So realistically, if I can cut it to being down 20 to 25 by the time the Sunday night game gets going, I might have a chance.
All right. Yeah, I just saw what Burns did. Did he get ejected? I think he got thrown out.
I think he just did the tomahawk chop. Have you ever seen the movie Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle?
Yeah.
All right, hear me out on this one. Carolina's interim head coach. He looks like the dude, like kind of in the beginning of the movie when they're at the hospital and there's the brief cameo by Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
But the guy that gets shot when they're taking out the bullets, and I think it's Kumar, is like, anyone know like where the closest White Castle is? And he's like, yeah, the one on Cherry Road or whatever.
Yeah.
He kind of looks like that guy.
All right. One thing I think that we need to note, that play, that route that Evans just ran is the same route that he dropped Brady's easy touchdown against Carolina
last year
in their first matchup last year. It's
Holy,
just a deep post.
yeah.
Like it was exactly the same route.
All right, a misfire by Bryce Young. Now the Bucs have a little momentum as Gabriel Perales says Baker finally hits a wide receiver in stride. Flash Gordon says Baker Mayfield is a tease. He teases you with some occasional plays. Oh, the Eagles scored with the brotherly shove. I'll make it a one-possession game. Bryce Young and shotgun on 2nd and 10. Oh, damn. Looks like the Panthers are trying to set up a screen. Third and 10 with 4:49 to go in the third quarter. The Bucs regained the lead very quickly.
Oh man.
You know, when you've been on are the only times the Bucs have scored.
I know. I was just thinking that. What a
Young
fast
throw in the
breakup.
middle. Antoine Winfield Jr.
Jr.
Mr. Do-It-All.
He's doing it.
It would be so funny, like if the Bucs score again, and let's say they win 21-10, and maybe other people that didn't watch this game, aka everyone else in America that's watching the 49ers and the Eagles right now, would be like, wow, like a convincing win by the Bucs. And then to those who actually watch the game would be like, you have no idea how close it was for how long in this game. Devin Tompkins, fair catch. Did not run after. Someone in the chat was saying that Devin Tompkins does this thing where like he calls for the fair catch, but then like starts running after he makes the catch. So now I have my eye on it. Wow, the Eagles can already clinch a playoff berth. All right, 6 more yards for Mike Evans. Let's get it.
As a fantasy owner who has Chris Godwin and Rachaad White, that 75-yard touchdown play to Mike Evans got me exactly 0 points.
Yeah. Yeah, if he's in at the 1, then you're like, all right, Rachaad White punching in.
Yep.
Shad. Get Mike 1,000. Do it in Tampa instead of getting it. Actually, it would be cool if you saw it in person.
That would be. Yeah.
Because in 2019, he got the 1,000 yards in Atlanta. Because I was at the game, so I remember it specifically. Bucs get conservative again by a running.
What are we doing?
And not only did they lose 5 yards on the play, it's probably also going to be holding. Yep.
Yeah, they're already signaling.
And Carolina can just decline it, so you don't have to replay the down. What the heck was that? Who got blown up on the play?
I think it was Malk.
Yeah, rough one for the run blocking today.
Does Todd Bowles perpetually, when he's on the sidelines, look like he's just confused? That's what I get. Like every time they cut to him, he's just like, "What's going on?"
I feel like he usually has a face of like, "Are you kidding me?" Oh yeah, Mount getting pushed back with Baker. It's time looking for Mike. It's a bit high, and Baker is slow
He's
to get
ginger.
up. Actually, that could help Mike's Hall of Fame case if the 1,000 yards he got this season, if like the catch that gets him 1,000 yards comes from Kyle Trask. It's like, see, I worked with another quarterback and did it again. They should do a we didn't start the fire version, but of like quarterbacks that Mike Evans has played with.
Anytime
Johnny
it's a
Football,
Billy,
Jameis Winston, Mike
Any-
Glennon, Ryan Fitz, like I don't know.
I like it. It's a Billy Joel reference, so I'll take it every
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, he's coming
Is
to
that
Tampa.
Josh Hayes?
Yeah.
Who made that tackle? Hayes has been a really good core special teamer.
Yeah, he has for sure. Ooh, what's your favorite Billy Joel song?
That one.
Okay.
So I heard like behind the music on it that Joel, he was always fascinated by history and he wanted to be a history teacher if he didn't make it as a pop star. And so that was kind of his ode to the path not traveled. I love history, so it just perfect for me. So.
Cool. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a history buff, but social studies was definitely my best subject in school. So shout out history.
Yeah.
Like Mike Evans making history today, longest touchdown of his career.
Yeah.
And potentially more history.
Favorite teacher when you were growing up? Who's the one that you look back at like that's the one who had the best impact on me?
Oh, good question. Honestly, the first teacher that pops into my mind is it's actually a college teacher. His name's Brandon Brown, Doc Brown. He now teaches at NYU. But I took like a sports media class with him, and we did like mock press conferences and stuff, which was fun. He was also a big Mets fan. I remember there was one class, the projector wasn't working, so he's just like, all right, class is canceled. And like, we're all getting up to leave. And he's like, yo, Matera, like, what are you doing after this? I was like, I don't know, I got a little work to do and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, you want to watch the Mets game? Because it was Matt Harvey's first start since he got
the AC
like Tommy
joint?
John, one of his big injuries. So I was like, oh, hell yeah. So he was dope. I had this teacher my senior year of high school. It was a physics class. His name is Mr. Hahn. This guy was like such a quirky dude. Every Monday, he loved going to garage sales. And every Monday, we would have, it was called GSPIR, Garage Sale Price is Right. And we would guess how much he paid for like shit that he bought at a garage sale. And you'd get bonus points on the test for it. But this dude, like, he would build hovercrafts. He had this giant dome with like star constellations in it. It was wild. So yeah, he was a fun teacher to have. Yeah, those are the two that definitely popped in my head first. How about you?
Number one with a bullet would have been, and I encourage anybody in the chat, throw out like, who was that teacher who did it for you?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about this because the game I went to yesterday, the Sun Belt thing, they honored teachers and everything like that, and I think it was awesome. And
great.
It was number one with a bullet was my AP US history teacher, Miss Shaver. She was like the first teacher, like when I was in high school, I definitely understand like why we were treated like children as the Bucs get a sack.
JJ Russell.
Yeah, and I think Shaq Barrett in there as well. So it's gonna knock the Carolina offense back a little bit.
Yeah. Shaq was there too. As was Christian Izzy.
So Miss Shaver, like, she was the first person to treat us like we were adults, right?
Yeah.
And like most of the other teachers, and I can understand why they didn't treat us like adults because most of the time we didn't act like adults. But in her class, because she treated us like adults, we acted like adults.
Yeah.
Right? She made history fun. She was just very engaging. She was willing to talk to us about anything, and just amazing personality. The other one was my biology teacher, Mr. Otero. Very similar. He was that guy, like, I don't like the administration, so we're going to handle everything in class.
Yeah.
You do something stupid, and I'm going to get you for it, but I'm not sending you to the AP. I'm not sending you to the principal or anything like that.
So he's like the Ron Swanson of teachers.
It basically, yeah. So he always wore these suspenders. He was a world traveler, still is. I think he's been to every continent except Antarctica.
Oh, wow.
Just had a vast knowledge of different cultures and different places and the botany and the animals everywhere. And just, he could speak to so much stuff. And so both of them just probably the most memorable.
Very fascinating.
Yeah.
I also got to give a shout out to my 4th grade teacher, Miss Merkel. She was great. Met a lot of my closest, like people I'm still
Rashad White.
With.
Oh, look at him go! I'm so
50.
sorry.
No,
I did not mean to.
A little stiff farm as well. Yeah, I just want to say shout out Miss Merkel. I always like teachers that like didn't always that like found new ways to like teach things. Oh
yeah,
Tristan Wirfs is hurt. Tristan Wirfs is hobbled.
Oh yeah,
he's moving slowly. Oh God. Yeah, he's moving very slowly. But we also that class and like my best friend was in that class. We're still best friends to this day. I was hanging out with him yesterday. Yeah, Justin School's coming in for Tristan Wirfs. But that year, our class and another class, they do a play every year. And so since we were in that class, like we did the play, we did the history of rock and roll. So like people were the Beatles, someone was my best friend was James Brown, a bunch of other people. I loved Eminem so much at the time that my teacher made a role for me where I was Eminem. So I always appreciated that too.
That's awesome. So I'm the oldest of 5, and there's a big age gap between my sister and I, and then our 3 younger brothers, about 10 years. And we all ended up going to the same high school. Shout out East Bay, South Hillsborough County. And when I was in high school, I did a little bit with drama and stagecraft and all that. And so like well over 10 years later, the same drama teacher who taught me was teaching my little brothers. Yeah. As looks like the Bucs are going to take this all the way to the end of the 3rd quarter. So I'll finish with this story and then I'll have to hop off and start writing that most impressive. Spoiler alert, Mike Evans will definitely be on it. So like 10 years later, one of my little brothers is in stagecraft and he calls me up. He's like, hey, our drama department is going to do a field trip up to New York City. We're going to go see some shows and everything like that. And I was talking to Miss Pelham, who's the drama director.
Yeah.
And she, I was there 10 years before, and she wanted to know if you wanted to come be a chaperone. And it was just so surreal being a chaperone kind of at the same level as my drama director from when I was in high school. So kind of a full circle moment. It's an awesome opportunity to spend some time with my little brother. Again, with such a giant age gap. We didn't get many opportunities to do stuff like that. So
that's a fun and heartwarming story.
Yeah.
What do you guys see in the city?
So Phantom of the Opera.
Okay. Kind of I've actually never seen that. I gotta check it out.
It was good, but I will tell you, Sister Act blew it out of the water, in my opinion. Sister Act was phenomenal. 2nd best Broadway show I think I've ever seen. Wicked, still number 1.
Yeah, Wicked's great.
Yeah. So the one that I've always wanted to see that I still haven't had a chance to yet is the one by the South Park creators.
Book of Mormon.
Book of Mormon. I've always wanted to see it.
I actually think it's coming to Tampa soon at the Straz Center.
If it does, I may drop down there for it. All
right, we'll go. We'll go together.
Let's do it. Yeah,
we'll have a nice,
I love the soundtrack, but never got a chance to see it live, so I really want to.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well,
all right,
Josh, thank you so much for joining us. Always great talking to you, and we'll see you soon.
You too, bud.
Peace. Josh Capo, ladies and gentlemen, and put your 4s up. We are in the 4th quarter. Oh, could really use the Rams to get a stop. All right. How we feeling? Why can't 2 dudes go see Phantom of the Opera together? Maybe we'll bring more people. I don't know. I think it'd be fun. 2 bros hanging out. Yeah, I'd be surprised if Tristan Wirfs comes back into the game. Yeah, it looks like Skewell's still in there. Bucs are over midfield. Time to put them away. Solid run on first down. Oh, why is there a flag? Man, Eagles-Niners, just relentless. Second and 5. There he faked the handoff to Rachaad White. Baker rolls out to his left, throwing deep down the field. Wasn't even remotely close to Mike. Mike was double covered. I don't hate the idea, though, of screw it. Mike's there somewhere. F it. Mike got to be open. All right, Tristan Wirfs back in the game. I stand corrected. Looks pretty good. Oh, Baker moving around, trying to find someone. There is a penalty. Ooh. Baker is looking for a horse collar. I don't think he has a horse collar. What we doing here, refs? Okay. Illegal use of hands to the face. That is a first down for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Again, another touchdown may just do it. I mean, Bryce Young has not been able to throw the ball. The most Carolina's done is having success on the ground. All right, new set of downs. They run it with Rachaad White to the outside, and look at that. Runs for a first down. Because they didn't just go up the middle every damn time. My hair is a mess right now. There we go. A little bit better. Look at that. You go to the outside. Ooh, Tristan was slow to get up on that play, too. He is really laboring. First and 10 inside the 30. Chris Godwin everywhere in motion. Oh, they faked the swing pass to Chris Godwin and give an end around to Devin Tompkins. And he gets about 7 or 8 yards. That was some fun creativity. You'd like to see more of it. That was cool. Godwin was a decoy. Yeah, it really messed up the defensive end. Kate Otten gets in the way of the other defender. Stinnie out there making a block. That was fun. I had fun watching that. Let's go. Give me a Mike touchdown. Chase Edmonds in. All right, at least the Bucs are in field goal range. I meant a little fade to Mike. I guess they're a little too far for a fade. I think they're going to go play action. I think they're going to sell the run and go over the middle to Mike. Oh, they do the end around to Chris Godwin. He's got the first down and more. Can he get in? He does! Touchdown, Chris Godwin. His second touchdown of the season. And that makes it 20-10. Bucs have a 2-possession lead with 11:36 to go in the fourth quarter. Oh, I guess I shouldn't. 20-10. Now it's 21-10. The extra point for Chase McLaughlin is good. Bring his second touchdown of the season. Praise be to Godwin. Tyson C says, "In Godwin we trust." That's boy. Narav, thinking about the defense, says, "Get that turnover here." David Smith thinking the similar thing. Time for a pick. Wow, first touchdown of the year. Are you serious? It's the second touchdown of the year. No, it was his second touchdown. He scored. When did he score? It's not his first touchdown. He scored against Buffalo on Thursday night. Yeah, first rushing touchdown, but, you know, wide receivers don't always have a ton of rushing touchdowns. First touch for Chris Godwin. Damn. Pete says, "What do you say we score another?" I'd be down with that. Yeah, now the Bucs pass rush can kind of tee off a little bit. You know, the Panthers were running it well enough. Oh, damn, Tyreek had 2 touchdowns. So Mike Evans is 2 off the lead for touchdowns. Yeah, the Panthers have not thrown the ball well. Time for the pass rush to tee off. Eventually. I'd be fine with that. Let the Panthers continue to run the ball. I mean, obviously, if they're ripping it 30 yards of rush, you got to change it. But outside of that. Yeah, 89 rush yards for Chuba Hubbard. They're going to run it again. He gets the first down, but not much more. Only 4 or 5 yards on it. Tick, 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 tick. Another handoff. Let him keep doing it. You're not going to come back from 2 scores by this type of offense. Oh, damn. Did Jalen Hurts get injured? That would suck. All right, we're under 10 minutes now. Oh. Running back fell on the play. Third and 3. They've been terrible on third down today. The Panthers I'm talking about. Young rolls out, throws, it's caught, missed tackle, ball's loose. Oh, that could have been big. Zion's unhappy. Damn, the Rams scored. I didn't need that. All right, 1st and 10 at the 35. No, 45, sorry. Panthers chipping away a little bit. Let's see. Panthers got a couple of guys to the right side all bunched together. Elijah Cansey with a tackle at the line of scrimmage. That clock's still ticking. Under 7 minutes now. Bucs will take this all day. Who forced that fumble? Was it Christian Izzy? Tried to check out the replay. Young is looking, throws to his right, very short, and Carlton Davis again with great coverage. Awesome game for Carlton. You would think Carolina's got to go for it. Oh man, excuse me. All right, 4th and 6. Bucs can really close it out. Panthers just got the snap off. Young throwing deep down the field. Oh, it's caught by DJ Chark. Panthers staying alive. Bucs not making it. A little stop and go. Carlton didn't get his head around. Bryce Young's very happy. First and goal. Oh, Thielen makes the catch, but it's a touchdown-saving tackle by Christian Izzian, which, again, keeps that clock moving. Young's going to line up under center now. Bucs got a goal line package in. Ryan Neal and Antoine Winfield Jr. are on the ends. Hubbard looks like he did enough. He's in for the tutty. Now you think the Panthers will go for 2. They got to go for 2 here. Plus, you got an interim coach, and you have 1 win on the season. So, it's big for the point spread as well. Young rolls out to his right. Oh, he's scrambling. That's a face mask by Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Damn. It was a good rush by JTS, but, can't do that. I mean, that was as blatant as a face mask as it gets. JTS. That was funny. I applaud funny. Ooh, Cam Gill getting in the game. See what Carolina tries this time. Will they run it? They run the play action. Looks like. Oh, yeah. Ryan Neal was very far back in coverage. Bryce Young ends up running it in. Yeah, it was a bad luck for Ryan Neal. Neal's kind of in that no man's land. All right, 3-possession game. Bucs offense has to step up. Wow, the 49ers scored again. It's 34-13. And they're doing this in Philly. Angelina says, never a dull moment on game day. Yeah, we try to keep it fun. Lucas Batiste says, people want us to win the division and get railed in the playoffs. DP Buck 32 says, I'm embarrassed to be a Bucs fan right now. Well, if they win, that's fun. Frank G says, fire Canales. I don't know what the Canales had to do with the defense there. Alex Scott says, I'm curious why a guy like Cam Gill couldn't play middle linebacker instead of a little thicker guy. He's just not big enough. He's tiny. He's a tiny dude. Pete says, as a Bears fan, I am rooting for a draft pick. Yeah, the Bears holds Carolina's pick. Brad Perkins is asking, has Watts played today? Yeah, he was on for a little bit. Not a ton, but a little bit. I agree with Jonathan Bott, who says defense played well except this last drive. All right, 5:02 to go. Bucs can close it out. Joe Flacco. CBS is highlighting all the close games that the Bucs have been in. Yeah, they have been in a lot. Haven't won many of them. The Minnesota one, they were able to get it done. Baker's first pass is caught by Mike Evans, and Mike Evans has 1,000 yards. 10 seasons in a row for Mike Evans, extending his NFL record. Congratulations to Mike Evans. Nice to see. That's awesome. Congrats to Mike. That's fun. Gotta pay Mike, needs to retire a buck, JB says. Yeah, he did it with like 5 games to go. Also very true. Randy Douglas says, Levante and Mike need to be brought back. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. A pass to Rashad White does not go anywhere. In fact, he lost multiple yards on the play. Lost 5 on a screen. Yeah, Shaggy won $1,000. Very happy for you. Yeah, my Mike Evans prop bet hit today, thankfully. I needed that too. Wonder if it hit my account yet. Baker is looking for Chris Godwin. It is no good. Incomplete. All right. Crunch time. Can Todd Bowles' defense do enough to win this game for the Bucs? As Lucas says, please lose. Nicole says, target Carlton if you want to win, Carolina. $331. They have it at like the 32. Chuba Hubbard with a nice run on first down, about 5 or 6 yards. Natural bodybuilding over 50 says, I am tired of this. Yeah, it's been kind of stressful with the Bucs, hasn't it? Another handoff with Hubbard. 3 yards, 4 yards. Oh, Joe Flacco with the touchdown pass. Narav says, who needs a convincing win when you can lose in style? Bryce Young on the rollout again. Zion's got that speed, though, and Young has to throw it away on 3rd and 1. Narav says, can't wait to save the timeouts. Flacco just signed. Oh, my God. The extra point by the Browns kicker was no good. Holy crap. Flacco is now on the Browns. He signed with them this week. All right, 4th and 1. Bryce Young drops back to pass, rolls out to his right. Some good pass rush. The ball is intercepted. It's picked off by Antoine Winfield Jr. Bucs, we were going to get the ball back anyway. It's actually in worse field position with the interception, but a nice play by Antoine. Mike Evans is hyped. Marquise Watts is hyped. David Tepper is angry. Nope, false start in the Eagles game. They're looking for Adam Thielen, who's being covered by Carlton Davis. And Antoine Winfield Jr. gets the pick. Nice hit by Kalijah Cansey on Bryce Young. Rookie on rookie. And now the Bucs can really close it out. Carolina has 2 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. So they're going to use their first, or her. Why are they showing the AFC North standings? It's kind of weird. 2:10. Carolina has one timeout remaining. David Moore's in as well. They throw a screen to Evans. Oh, he's very, very close. But, I mean, that'll make it 3rd and 1. I like the idea, though. Stay aggressive. Gets me a couple more points from Mike. And that is the 2-minute warning. Yeah, Mike got me 29 fantasy points today. He has 7 catches for 162 yards and 1 receiving touchdown. Mike kills the Panthers. Devonta Smith scored a touchdown for the Eagles. Wonder if they'll go for 2. Go for 2, Eagles. Keep Jake Elliott off of the field. Yeah, they're going for 2. I love it. All right, Rams, kill that clock. Don't kill it too much, though. Ah, no. Fumble it, fumble it, fumble it. Damn. Jalen Hurts' pass is incomplete. They did not get the 2-point conversion. Second royalty says tush push before it's permanently banned. Well, remember they had the QB sneak last week, and he got injured. Oh, that was a penalty? Let's go in the Rams game. Okay, 3rd and 1 for the Bucs. They can close it out here with the first down. They run it with Rachaad White. He gets it easily. Rachaad White to the 40, the 30, the 20. He's just going to go down. And that's going to be the ball game. The Bucs are going to win. All right. That means we're going to have a victory Monday. Baker takes another knee. All right. Bucs win. They win at home. They're 5-7. They're 1 game out
of the division. Guys, it's been great talking to everybody. We're going to have the Pewter post-game show with myself and Scott Reynolds, who's live from Raymond James Stadium. We'll probably do that maybe about half an hour, 45 minutes, something like that. Just check out our social media. We'll have it there. Tomorrow will be a Victory Monday along with Roll Call. It's nice to see the Bucs win. All right, guys. See, yes, Nicole says Victory Mondays are back. Woo! Thanks, everybody, for watching. We'll see you next time. And stay tuned for the Pewter post-game show in a little bit. Out.